Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to another Beat the Odds live stream. We're going to be jumping in on a four spot of drafts tonight. My goal tonight is to see if we can do one of each type of Yahoo Fantasy Baseball, the free leagues, one of each type of draft. That would be a head to head, both in snake draft and auction, and then rotisserie both in snake draft and auction. See if we can get one of each of those done tonight here for you guys. Going to be a long one. Um, as is the case usually with Yahoo, I find sometimes some of their drafts are a little harder to fill. So I can't guarantee that I'm going to be able to get all of them done today. But for whatever ones that I can't, we're going to be pretty much live streaming all through the next 6 hours or so. Whichever ones I can't get done, I'm planning on jumping in on ESPN drafts to fill that spot here, so at least we don't have to shut down the stream and then restart it there again. That's the goal. We're going to spend an evening talking fantasy baseball. If you guys are interested in all that kind of stuff here, this is a great opportunity for you to ask some questions. If you're new to this, I can help you out, give you some tips, give you some of my suggestions here. If you are new to the channel, I highly encourage you to subscribe. Of course, like the stream. There is a lot of content out right now on this channel here for fantasy baseball. I've done a top 10 list for every position, top 30 list for starters, and top 30 for outfielders. If you want to check that out there, the Yahoo Fantasy baseball playlist is up on the channel. Go and watch a few before you start your drafts, and hopefully it'll give you some advice as to players that you should be facing in fantasy baseball this year. This draft is 10 minutes away from starting, and I believe I'll have to take a look here. See what type of. I think this is a. Actually, no, hang on. Me saying something that may not be true. I put it in my description. Yeah, head-to-head snake draft is first on the docket here. And then after that, we're going to do a rotisserie snake draft, and then we got a head-to-head auction draft and a rotisserie auction draft to go. So we'll see if we can get through these here today. Now, for head-to-head, it's a little different when you're drafting than when you're going rotisserie or points league. Points league especially because they typically will count strikeouts against you. So a lot of like young phenoms like a Bobby, well, not so much Bobby Wood, but definitely like a Julio with high strikeout rates, but dynamic offense. Those players will typically not go in the top 3 or 4 picks like you would see in a traditional head-to-head or rotisserie league, as long as they don't count strikeouts. Now, with head-to-head, the goal is to be able to make it to the playoffs and then just dominate in the playoffs. So there is a little bit of different type of strategy with that there as well. We'll go over that here real quick. And I'm going to show you guys some of the players that I like to pick up. Actually, you know what I think I'm going to do? Let me. There we go. I'm just going to jump out of draft here for a second. I'm going to enter back in so I can actually do some stuff here. So it's not in presenter mode. In presenter mode, I haven't figured out if you can. I don't think you can actually draft off of it. So I have to draft off a phone while I'm presenting this to you. The presenter mode is great for live streams, of course. It's a little easier to be able to kind of see what's going on. But now what I'll do is I'm going to go over we'll talk some strategy for different types of draft here in a little bit. I've got about 7 minutes before the draft starts, so we're gonna go over some picks for each of the positions here. So in the Yahoo drafts, you can separate, of course, your lists by position. So we're going to start with catcher, and of course, going to list the best catchers from Adley Rushman all the way down. Now, some of the catchers that I'm keying in on, Yainer Diaz is one that I really like. And actually, for those who watched my live stream yesterday, I kind of picked him up in error um, because I wasn't supposed to. I was hoping to get him a little later on in the draft, but my timer timed out on me and picked the first player that I selected in my queue, which happened to be Yainer Diaz. Not super upset about that. He's a great catcher to have on your roster, and if you can get him in, say, round 10 or 11, I think you would have done really well. Logan O'Hoppe was the other one that I actually ended up getting. MJ Melendez, this was an interesting one. People are predicting that he's going to be leading off again this year in Kansas City. I didn't think he would, but if he does, having a catcher eligible player hitting leadoff is just, you don't see that very often. I mean, of course, it's Kansas City. Outside of um, Bobby Witt, there's not a whole lot out there that you're going to be able to get in terms of production. But you might be able to get sneaky value from that pick here. He's definitely going to get you a lot of at bats, and that's huge for a catcher position. So I'm gonna key in on MJ Melendez if I need to pick up somebody in the draft. First baseman, I like Spencer Torkelson, Yandy Diaz, Christian Encarnacion Strand is one that I'm looking at there as well that I really like. Josh Naylor is a good one to pick up too. I don't know if he's gonna be able to replicate his RBI success from last season. Depends on how many base runners, of course, Cleveland can get on. But he did really well in the clutch here last year, so he's one that I would look at here as well. Second baseman, Edward Julien is one that's on my list here. Zach Geloff is on my list. Christopher Morel is not a bad one to consider. Isaac Paredes, of course, he's got multiple position eligibility, which is always nice to have on a team. So there's a few of them there that I would look at later on in the drafts. Third baseman, you'll notice again, some of them have multiple positions, so you can, they will be able to play both first and third, of course. I like Alec Bohm. Actually, Justin Turner might not be a bad one there either. He's slated to hit cleanup for Toronto, so that might be a sneaky pick there too towards the end of the draft. Let's go to shortstops. Ezekiel Tovar is on my radar. I like him actually quite a bit. I think he's going to have a nice season here this season. There's Jackson Holiday. Of course, he's going to be a rookie this year. Chances are he's going to make the team out of spring training. We'll see how it works out there, but if he doesn't, he's definitely a quality stash that I would hold on to, because he's gonna most certainly be up at some point this season and help out a fantasy squad. Okay, just give me a quick second here. I just logging in on my. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Oh, well, that's no good. Okay. Hang on a second. Doesn't like it when you log in from two different sources, which kind of makes sense. So let me just relog into this here, and then we can continue talking some picks before this starts. Let's go to where do we leave off? Shortstop, outfielders. Okay, so for outfielders, again, I'm looking at guys that are past 100. Evan Carter is somebody who might be poised for a huge season if he's hitting in the middle of that Texas lineup. Jordan Walker, I like. Riley Green is somebody I'm looking at getting shares of this season here as well. Jackson Cheerios, another rookie, should be able to. Well, I mean, he signed a huge deal, so he's going to make it get some at bats here this season. He's going to be worthwhile to have on a roster there as well. 2 minutes left. Let's go to some pitchers here. Starting pitchers. Reagan's, he's going to go kind of early here, so I doubt I'll get him at 127. Who else we got? Michael King is somebody that I'm looking at. Carlos Rodon, I'm sure he's going to have a better season this season than he did last. Nick Pivetta is another one that I like. So I got a few names on the list here that I'll target later on in the draft. Relief pitchers. Adbert Alzolay. We have Pete Fairbanks is a big one that I like. If I can get in on him here, I'll be very happy. And I think that's going to do that'll be good here for the for my queue. Let's go back into presenter mode. I'm going to jump in on the draft here on my phone. Starts in 36 seconds. So yeah, this is a snake draft on a head-to-head team. We'll be doing this here. Probably just going to last a little more than an hour. We'll see. Depends on how quickly these players can, or these managers can pick their teams. There's a lot of auto picks going on here. That might change as we go forward with the draft, but we'll see how this goes. Hoping to get some nice steals in this draft. I'm a big I'm a big believer in drafting an all-around team. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, first pick. No. He's going to be a good pitcher, but oh boy. The number 2 guy is going to be completely baffled how he got Acuna at pick 2. That's the first draft I've seen Acuna not go pick 1. Okay, so I like to pick an all-around team. I'm going to try and get players that can contribute across all categories. For hitters, of course, that basically means decent average, good spot in the lineup, can hit for power, can steal bases. Looking at the first 4 hitters, you can see it looks like it's going to be a common theme here. Acuna, Witt, Julio Rodriguez, Corbin Carroll, all can. Well, I mean, Carroll's not exactly your home run hitter, but I think he did put 20 over the fence, or at least 20 over the fence here this past season. So, but all of them can steal bases. So that's the type of team that I like to get there as well. We'll see kind of where we get you with my pick, which is actually coming up here real soon. There's a temptation to pick Shohei Ohtani here, but I'm not going to do that. I think what I'm going to do to start. Oof. Is Judge going to be healthy this year? Should I pick up? Who do I want to build my team around? You know what? Let's go Judge. Doesn't look like I'll be getting steals in my first couple of picks. Looking at Soto there. Not going to land him. Do I pick up Ohtani? Thing that hurts with Ohtani is that he's only going to take the util spot, and that's not really helpful for when you are trying to have a all-around team. You want to have players that can kind of do it all here. So I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to go for one of the dual threats here. Between Turner and Ramirez for me. No, I think we're gonna go. We're gonna go Jose Ramirez. That was a tricky pick here, but Ramirez again can do it all. He's going to hit homers. He's going to drive in runs. He's going to score a bunch of runs. He's going to steal bases. He's going to do it at a pretty solid average there as well. There goes Shohei. I feel pretty good about that one. And I've got plenty of opportunity to chase saves later on in the draft. So if this is your first time watching us here, or watching me do drafts here, if you're a huge fan of fantasy baseball, I highly encourage you to subscribe to the channel. Of course, like the stream. You can always let me know where you're from. We're going to be here for a while. We're going to be here for probably 6 hours or so tonight doing fantasy baseball drafts. I've got one of each type of Yahoo draft on the dock for all the free leagues. So we have what we're doing right now is the head-to-head snake draft, and then we are going to be doing a points or a rotisserie league snake draft. Then after that, it's going to be head-to-head auction, and then another points or history league, auction after that. So there's lots on the docket. I hope you guys are going to enjoy this year. There is also, if you're curious as to what I feel about certain players, I have ranked the top 10 in each position, top 30 in starting pitchers, and top 30 in outfielders. So you can check those out on the playlist, fantasy baseball playlist for 2024. It's all there. Aaron Nola, Josh Hader. Okay, so Rock's tip top team gonna have a hard time competing in this league. So I'm gonna go ahead and actually swing my two picks here, and then we're gonna talk a little strategy with regards to head-to-head leagues. It's a little different than good players just got drafted here. Jose Altuve. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be going for him. Gausman's not a bad one. Bo Bichette, I really like. Hoping to see if I can get him on the turn. You know what? Let's get Gausman. Oh, there goes the player I was hoping to get next. Bobichet's gone. Uve's gone. All right. Which way do I want to go here? That's a wonderful question. You know what? Let's go. Let's go, Randy. Randy Rosarena is going to join the team too. I'm not really super happy with my picks so far. Picking in the 10th spot's a little unfortunate because you can't really secure the power speed combo quite nearly as nicely because usually the top 4 or 5 guys that can do it are already picked. But you can still construct a pretty solid team. We'll see how it ends up here, but I'm not super keen with how things are. Okay, so for strategy, doing a head-to-head league, the key is to get to the playoffs. That's what you're trying to do. Get top 6 in the 10-team league. When you get yourself to the playoffs, that's when all the fun starts. Really, the entire season is just to get to the last 3-4 weeks of the season. That way, you can compete in the playoffs. And the key thing with that is you want to make sure that your team is ready to go. So, one thing that I completely don't mind doing is drafting players that are currently hurt that are due back at some point in the season because it doesn't really matter so much as to how they're going to contribute to the team right off the right out of the gate. Um, as long as they're available to me for the playoffs. So a guy like Walker Bueller, for example, kind of like my go-to example for explaining this. I'm 100% perfectly okay with drafting a player like that late in the draft. Of course, wouldn't get him early. Stash him on my IL until I need him for the playoffs, and then when he's healthy, then I've got myself a and squad to compete for a good ranking or a good spot in the play. Another thing that I like to do with regards to head to head is when I construct my roster, I try to stay away from loading up on too many hitters. I like to get quality hitters at the start of the draft because I want to have a really good, solid hitting team. Hitters I find are harder. Like it's harder to get stats for hitters later on in the draft. So I try to do my best to get as many good hitters as possible near the start of the draft, and then I will need to make sure that I have my bench filled with pitchers because in a actually I'm going to hold on to that thought here for a second as we turn to my pick here in a few seconds. I got to see what we got out here where I want to go. Mike Trout's out there. I don't think I'm picking up Mike Trout this year. Oh boy. Okay, so yes, we're going to be picking up a reliever. Hmm. I've already got a third baseman, so I don't need Machado. Yeah, this is kind of this draft is not going the way that I had hoped here. You know what? I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick up a starter. I'm gonna go ahead and grab Logan Webb. I think that was a difficult one there for. And then I'm gonna hope that Edwin Diaz is still sitting out there and I can match him up. The before I get too deep into what I was saying there before, um, give you guys a quick little tidbit here as well. I kind of separate the drafts um into three stages. It'd be the early stage, which is what we're in. That goes for about 8 rounds or so, and you're basically trying to pick the best players available. All right, we're gonna go ahead and draft Edwin Diaz. And then once the first 8 rounds are complete, then we get into the middle stages. And in those rounds, you're really looking for trying to fill out your roster spot, which is why in the middle stages, I typically will go after players to fill out my lineup for hitters. And then in the back end, you're just trying to chase stats that you're looking for. So if you don't have a whole lot of stolen bases, for example, going after a guy like Esteury Ruiz late in the draft will help you out in that category if you can try and make a splash there. As it stands right now, I'm really short on hitters, so I'm going to be focusing in on grabbing some with the next couple of picks more than likely. I know you guys can't really see it, but what I typically will do is I will go after the average picks. When I look at the when I have my players sorted, I like to see where they fall in drafts. I don't typically go after the ranks or the X ranks. Sometimes the X ranks I'll take a look at, but the average pick, especially as you get closer to the season and there's been a lot of drafts, then you'll actually see where these players are falling. And it gives you a better representation of who you should be targeting when you're looking at picking up a player. So I'm kind of happy I picked up Edwin Diaz when I did, because that started a string of relievers. So since that pick, Clase, Romano, Duran, Iglesias, Doval have all been picked. So it is nice to get out in front, especially relievers. They always go flying off here. Everybody needs to get at least one good one. So usually when there's a name that comes off the board, then you'll see a lot of names follow suit. Exactly what happened. So I got the next pick coming up here. Kind of take a look to see who's out there to grab. A lot of third basemen. No, I think we're going to go ahead and grab. I don't typically get catchers this early, but he's sitting out there and he's going to be hitting, of course, in a loaded Dodger lineup. Ooh, Christian Encarnacion Strand. He's one of the guys that I had on my sleeper list. He's gone real early. Diamond Dogs doing a little bit of fishing on that one. You know what I think I'm going to do here? I'm not really liking the batters presented here. I like Royce Lewis, but again, I've got a third baseman. I'm kind of regretting picking Jose Ramirez. I should have picked a shortstop. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick down another lockdown closer. Give myself two. We're going to get David Bednar. So now at this point here, I got two guys that I know are going to be big contributors in saves. That should lock down that category there. My pitching is actually, this is becoming a very pitcher friendly team. I really do need to fill out my hitters here. Very light on my hitters. Lighter than I normally like. So I'm gonna try to. We'll see how it pans out. But I'm gonna try to pick up. Man, processes. Ay ay ay. I'm gonna try and pick up solid hitters on my next two turns here. So I'd love to know your comments. If you can leave a comment, I'd love to know your thoughts on Yahoo Fantasy Baseball or any fantasy baseball, really. I do ESPN there as well. I've only started doing that here last year. I've been doing Yahoo. I was 18, almost 44 now. So I've gotten a pretty good handle on how to deal with Yahoo Fantasy Baseball. But I'm interested in your thoughts. Like, what do you think about the formats? What do you think about the players? If you want to leave a comment either in the live stream or if you're watching this on replay, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that there too. I'm pretty good at getting to my comments and questions and all that kind of stuff. Leave something there. Rest assured that I will see it. I will respond back. I'm good like that. All right, it's getting closer to my turn here. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to pick up Evan Carter. That's going to give me another potentially great. Like, there's a bit of risk with an Evan Carter. Of course, he was huge in the playoffs for Texas last year, but he doesn't have a whole lot of MLB experience. So um, he's currently slotted to hit in the middle of that Texas lineup. But if he struggles, that may be short lived. All right, and then for my next pick, I'm gonna go solidify a first baseman here. We're gonna grab Yandy Diaz. I think he's perfectly capable of replicating a lot of the success he has last year. He's probably not going to get you 30 homers, but he's going to get you a high average and high on base percent. Sounds like they're going to slide him down a spot or two in the lineup. So he may not be hitting leadoff this year, which would be great for your counting stat. Kind of scroll down. We're basically past the first part of the draft, and I'm looking now to kind of fill spots. So as I check out my team, I need middle infielders, I need a second baseman, I need a shortstop. So those are going to be two that I'm going to key in on probably within the next 2 or 3 picks. There's still a couple of good names out there that I will target. Volpe was one of them. Zach Geloff is lining up nicely here for me. I can choose probably between Geloff and Stott if I'm lucky here. I'll be able to get one of the two of them. That's likely going to be my next pick. I think Stott might end up getting some shortstop eligibility throughout the year here as well, which will certainly help make the team a little bit more flexible. There goes one of my favorite relievers, Pete Fairbanks. He's somebody that I was targeting there as well. But because I got David Bednar in the 8th round and he was my second reliever, feel pretty confident laying off in that category here for a little bit. So yeah, this is the first of 4 drafts for tonight. I've got they're pretty much going to be immediately after each other. I've given myself an hour and a half in between drafts for the snake draft, and then I give myself 2 hours for the auction draft. Hopefully that'll be enough time. If we get cut short a little bit on time, then we may just switch over to either draft that's about to start. Then I'll just kind of finish up the picks on what I've got here. All right, I got my pick coming up here, and it looks like 8 seconds. We're going to be able to grab one of the 2 second basemen. Well, that's going to make it easy. Zach Geloff is going to join the squad. Pretty happy about that. Still in need of a shortstop, though. I think I'm going to let that simmer here for a little bit. There goes a player that I was actually looking at picking up there, Tanner Bybee. Um, I think we're gonna go ahead and lock down another pitcher here. Get the Beebs. Let's get the Beebs on the squad. He hasn't really been performing, I think, his capabilities over the last couple of seasons. So I'm hoping that we can get some good return for that pick here this year. So, um, yeah, in the middle part of the draft, which is we're pretty square in the middle right now. Looking to fill positions, so I still need to get a shortstop. The reason why I didn't pick a shortstop in this past pick is the one that I'm kind of looking at. I think is a bit of a reach. In the 12th round, I wanted to get him in a couple rounds later. That being Ezekiel Tovar. I'd be happy with having him on the squad. We're gonna see if we can key in on him later on in the draft. There's a couple of other ones out there, like a Tyro Estrada who can play both infield positions, which would be a good player to have on the squad. Um, but he may go a little earlier than I like. There's also a list of young phenoms who are going to make their debuts this year, who you should be looking in on. I don't think I've seen any get picked yet. Well, I guess outside of Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who went first in this draft, which is crazy. Um, the ones in particular, these are all hitters. You're looking at Jackson Churio. I've got him lined up, hopefully to pick up later on in the draft. If I miss on him, then I could get Wyatt Langford. Might be a lock for a spot out of spring training in Texas. And then I'm also looking at Jackson Holiday, middle infielder here, who will likely get a spot out of the gates for Baltimore. There goes Estrada. Got a couple more picks before it's mine. And Yanner Diaz. A real shame that that's one of those things when you pick a catcher early, um, you run the risk of missing out on a good catcher late. Yainer Diaz is sitting out there, and I know he plays first base, but he's not going to be getting enough at bats for me. Oh well, he just got picked. Not going to be getting enough at bats for me to really warrant a pickup at this point. I think what I'm going to do though is we are going to reach a little bit and get Jackson Churio on the team. Cheerio fits the mold of the team very well. Outside of average, which, I mean, he hit pretty well for average in the minors, but that doesn't always translate in the majors. He does steal bases, steals a lot of them, and he can hit homers. He can hit a lot of them. So if he is locked down in a good spot in the Milwaukee lineup, that could be a nice little pickup here for me. And he's my fourth outfielder, so I'm not spending a whole lot of risk on him. If he doesn't work out, I've got three outfielders that likely will. Okay, so next, we'll need that shortstop. You take a bit of a risk and leave Ezekiel Tovar out there for another round. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to shore up my reliever situation. We are going to grab. We're going to grab Tanner Scott, I think. There's three of them out there. I like all three. Kimbrell's out there as well. Alzolay's out there. The three of them are leagues above any of the other relievers left on the board. But now I've got three relievers, and the goal for me picking relievers is I want to make sure that I've got enough to compete against any other team. Now, of course, there's not going to be 36 closers in Major League Baseball. There's 12 teams, so if I can get 12 teams in fantasy baseball, so if I can get three closers, then chances are I'm going to be ahead of the pack or ahead of the average, which is where you want to be. You want to be able to win the majority of your categories. So I may pick up a fourth reliever. A fourth reliever kind of just locks down the save category there for pitching, but it's not completely necessary. Especially in a draft. I mean, you can always pick up a fourth reliever at some point during the year if you're paying attention to your waivers and do closing jobs throughout the season. You might be able to get somebody that would help you out in that category later on. So I'm not too concerned about picking up a fourth, but the third one there was kind of nice. I think on this next turn, I'm going to be looking to get my shortstop. Michael King was somebody that I had queued up here, but I figured he was going to go. He was sitting out there as probably the best player available for a little bit. All right, back over to me. Hmm. You know, I'm going to pick up Isaac Paredes on this next one here. Fill out my bench spot. I think that's where he's going to end up. Oh no. He fills out another util spot. I forget there's 2 util in Yahoo Fantasy. Paredes is another one of those who's going to fill a whole bunch of different positions, so he's going to help out the flexibility of the team. Perfect. So now I can grab Ezekiel Tovar. That's going to give basically lock down the positions that I have here for the squad. I've got every position taken care of, and now I can focus in on the back end of the draft, just picking up pitch. We're going to have to take a quick look to see who's still out there. I'm just going to go and kind of queue up some of the players that I don't mind rostering. That should be enough for now. We're almost 200 picks in on the first draft of the night. We're down to the last 7 rounds, so we're getting into the back third of the draft, the end of the draft. And here, what I'm looking to do is to chase stats. So, in head-to-head leagues, the reason why I don't fill up my bench with a bunch of hitters is you're not going to really use them in the course of a week. Your hitters are going to be playing almost every day, so there's very little that you need to sub in and out of for a lineup for a hitter. Catcher maybe, because they oftentimes they may play 5 games out of 7 if it's a or 5 days, 5 games out of 7 days, or 4 games out of 7 days some weeks. But for the most part, you're not going to really see it. For pitchers, though, they've got 2 starts a week, so you can sub them in and out frequently, and be able to capitalize on those counting stats, which are huge for head-to-head fantasy league. You want to get as many strikeouts as you can. You want to get as many wins and saves as you can. So saves maybe not so much. You're not going to be swapping in and out of your relievers, but you're certainly going to be swapping in out your starting pitchers. So looking to pick up those type of stats is key. So the first pitcher that we're going to pick up, pardon me, is Endy Rodriguez, or sorry, Wardo Rodriguez for Arizona. Now, one thing, of course, that I like to take a look at when I am drafting pitchers, um, is, I mean, obviously the ratios are important. You want to try and get them with low WHIP and low ERA. ERA is again difficult to kind of um, predict because there's a lot of factors there. With hits and pitches, a little bit more control thing is if you give up less hits and you get up less walks, then chances are you're going to be a better pitcher. At least a pitcher with better control. So I try to look at those somewhat, but strikeouts are big. Strikeouts, if you get a guy who's a great control pitcher, but he doesn't strike out a whole lot of batters, that's going to hurt you in the strikeout category. So you want to make sure that you got guys that can strike out a bunch of batters here too. So I try to get my starting pitchers at least to be in or over or around a strikeout an inning or 9 strikeouts per night. So the next few guys that I'm looking to pick up here are going to be able to do that. One guy that I'm going to be getting probably in my next pick, if he comes to me here, is going to be an injured pitcher for the Texas Rangers. The draft really slows around when we get to my corner. Mike's Neat Team and Diamond Dogs are taking their time with their picks here. Thinking Mike's Neat Team, it just popped in briefly and then left and not put his team auto pick. Okay. Max Scherzer going to sit on the IL for at least half the season, but hoping to be able to get him to contribute to the in time for playoffs. Again, in this league, it's head to head, so all that matters is to get into that top 6, which there's very few years where I don't have one of my 8 Yahoo Fantasy baseball teams make it to the top 6 playoffs. Pretty much every year I do. So Max Scherzer is going to help me out once I get to that point to be able to dominate, hopefully, my pitching categories in the playoffs when I need them. I want to thank you guys again for joining us here. If this is your first time, I highly recommend you subscribe to the channel. I highly recommend that you like the video, like the stream, follow us this year. Follow me here in my quest to get as many number 1 teams as possible. We're gonna do fantasy baseball all season long. This is a really great spot for you to hang out and learn all the tricks of the trade, many as I can teach at least. And feel free, you're always welcome to ask me questions. I get lots of questions on my episodes that you guys have been watching. Thank you again for that. If you are curious, we do have subscriptions available. Not anything that I do a lot of promoting on, but you can check it out on the channel if you're interested in sponsoring. That's always awesome. Definitely appreciate that. But honestly, if you like the video, if you subscribe to the channel, that's all I could ever ask here for from you guys here. I appreciate all the time that you guys have spent watching these, and hopefully the content that I give you guys help you out when it comes time to All right, our turn's coming up here pretty quickly. Once again, taking a look through some players that I want to have rostered. All right, our turn's coming up here real quick. We're going to go ahead and grab Shota Imanaga. And I think on my next pick, I'm going to look at picking up the last phenom that could make a huge impact this season if he does get the starting job out of the gates, or whatever time he happens to show up here on the major league circuit. So how I was saying there, I wasn't really too happy with the start of the draft. I'm much happier now as the draft has gone on. I've been getting a lot of the guys I've been targeting. Jackson Churio, for one, Tanner Scott, I like. Isaac Paredes, I like. Ezekiel Tovar, I like. Rodriguez, I like. Scherzer, I like. Shota Imanaga, I like. And, of course, Jackson Holiday, who I'm just going to pick up now. He may even get some multi-position eligibility here, too. He can play a little second base. I don't think he plays third base, but you never know. Sometimes if you get a player like that and you're just trying to fit him in the lineup, he might end up getting a whole bunch of different um, positional eligibilities here this season. Fantastic. Thank you for joining us here for this one. We're just winding down on the first draft of the night. I've got a um, Rotisserie League snake draft coming up next. That's going to start in just a little over half an hour. So once this one ends here, we are going to line that one up here for you guys. As this one's ending, now that I've got pretty much the lineup that I want, I'm going to fill the rest of the spots here with pitchers. There is a pitcher sitting out there by the name of Clayton Kershaw. You may have heard of him. He hasn't been drafted yet. He is, like Max Scherzer, not going to start the season. Um, in you know, he's going to make it in the second half of the season, but as long as he's healthy come playoff time, that's all that matters. So I'm going to go ahead, if he's still available when it comes to my turn, I'm going to go ahead and pick him up. Pretty safe bet for round 21 to pick up a guy like Clayton Kershaw. We'll see if I can get him. Wyatt Langford's a good pick. He's another one of those young phenoms who could make an immediate impact this season. I like Kellenic, but I don't think he's going to bat against lefties much in this lineup. Junior Caminero is a good pick, and he's not going to be util for long. He's likely going to slide into that shortstop position. Who knows when we're going to see Wander Franco? Actually, that reminds me. I don't even know. I'm going to check to see if you can even get Wander Franco by player name. Wander. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you want to get him, he's there. But I don't think he's coming back to the league anytime soon. All right, let's go ahead and grab Kershaw. Now, here's a good question. Should I go and grab the other potential returnee this season, Jacob deGrom? I'm very tempted to do that. Hmm. Why not? Got IL for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. Might as well use it. If it gets to the point in the season where I got too many guys that are injured, then I'll have to deal with that at some point. You know, if one of either Scherzer, Kershaw, or deGrom are going to be out for the season, it's a simple drop off my IL. It's not going to really affect my team. But if I get playing time from either one of those three at the end of the year, they're bona fide. All three of them are bona fide Hall of Fame pitchers. So I can expect that I'm going to get much better stats from them than what I would get typically out of picking a starting pitcher in round 17 later. See the end of the draft. Pick 276 is in sight. Okay. Last round starts now. Kind of hoping that we get a little bit better luck with our draft position in the next one there. I'd love to get one of the top five power speed combo guys hitters in the next draft, but we shall see how that turns out. Once we're done with this one here, I'll show you guys the lineup, and we can take a look at how well this one ended up drafting out here for us. Overall, I'm pretty happy with it. It's very rarely that I'll do a draft that I just think that bombed, because honestly, it's the front end of the draft, you can almost guess how it's going to go for the most part. The back end of the draft is where you really solidify your team. You're not going to win necessarily if you got a Ronald Acuna Jr. on your team, but you will win if you have who's a breakout player from, like Gunnar Henderson, for example. If you picked him up there, he did really well for you, and you could have got him in the back half of the draft. You know, there are players that always that they're trying to look for value in, that's going to be able to outperform the ADP. That's kind of where we're going. What I try to pick on my squad towards the back half. Ideally, if I can get a bunch of players that are ranked within the top 100 at the end of the season, then I know I've drafted well and I've managed well. Couple more picks to my last one here. Kind of looking through as to what we've got left. This last pick's going to be a pure speculation pick, and I am a Blue Jays fan, so we're going to pick up cast off Alek Manoah. Hopefully, he can get his head right and actually put together a solid season here this season. That's going to basically do it for me in this draft. I'll show you guys kind of how everything panned out, and then we are going to jump back into a draft here momentarily. The next one's going to start at 7:30 Central Time, of course, so in about 27 minutes from now. So it gives me a little bit of time to kind of go over what we're looking at, and then we can start with the next draft, which is going to be a rotisserie style, pardon me, snake draft. Guy's going to wait out the full minute here to bank his last pick. There we go. Okay, so let's exit out of here, and we'll jump into the league here. There. Well, it hasn't posted it quite yet. There we go. All right, so let's take a quick little browse through here, and let's see. Maybe I'll turn on the projected stats I don't always subscribe to projected stats, but it gives me a decent idea as to what I'm looking at with my team. So going through here again, the goal is to have a well-rounded squad. So I'm going to be looking to see how many batters are going to be able to score runs, how many are going to be able to hit homers, how many are going to be able to drive in runs, and so forth. And then pitchers, same thing. How many are going to be able to collect saves and get strikeouts at a good rate, all that kind of stuff. So to start, we'll do runs. Ideally, I like to get 5 hitters that can score 80 runs or more. And according to the projected stats, that shouldn't be a problem. I've got Zach Geloff. This might be a little lofty of an expectation for him this year. I don't think he's going to get those numbers, especially in Oakland. But he's got a shot at 80 runs. Diaz, Geloff, Jose Ramirez should get there. Ezekiel Tovar again, maybe a little bit of a reach to say he's going to get 80 runs this year, but he's going to be hitting in a prime spot in that Colorado lineup, so he could. Aaron Judge, if he's healthy, will certainly get there. Randy Rosarena should get there. Evan Carter, if he stays in that spot in the lineup, should get there. Jackson Churio, who knows? I mean, if he runs out of if he goes like crazy out of the gates, he might get there as well. Certainly have a very well-rounded scoring team. Moving on to homers, 20 or more, 25 or more. Actually, 25 or more. I want to get 5 of those. So again, looking at the list here, Will Smith might get there. Jose Ramirez should get there. Judge should get there with ease if he's healthy. Rosarena might get there. Jackson Churio might get there. Isaac Paredes might get there. So I should be able to get enough homers out of the squad here as well. Runs batted in, 80 or more, 1-5. Will Smith should be good. Jose Ramirez should be good. Judge should be good. Rosarena should be good. Paredes might be able to do it there as well. Evan Carter, if he's hitting in the second or third spot, might get there too. We'll see how that works out. Stolen bases, 20 bags or more, want 5. And I got 6. I don't know, I got 5. Sorry. Geloff, Ramirez, Rosarena again, Evan Carter again, Jackson Churio, if he's going to play a full season, should get there pretty much automatically. And then hitters, in that 270 range or better, I'd like to have 5. Diaz, Jose Ramirez, Aaron Judge. Might struggle a little bit with average on this team here, but I'm not going to be sunk. Nobody there that's really going to pull the average down too far. Pitchers, same type of idea. Wins again, difficult to predict. So for me, what I'm looking for with regards to wins is to have enough starting pitching, and we ended up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 pitchers now, of course. Scherzer, DeGrom, and Kershaw are going to all hit the IL. And we'll just have to pick up 3 other pitchers to be able to fill their spots, at least for now. Which is, again, fine in these circles here because you're just rotating through pitchers anyway. So I don't mind having fringe roster pitchers on my squad. Saves, I'm gonna have 3 guys that should be pretty locked into their roles. Definitely Bednar and Diaz. Tanner Scott had a fantastic season last, and if he duplicates that, then he's gonna be a steal where I got him. Strikeout. So here's a key one. I want to be able to get my guys to get at least 1 strikeout an inning. Gaussman shouldn't have a problem. Logan Webb, little below that, but he's still decent enough, and he's got good ERA and WHIP, and he's an innings eater, so I don't mind holding him on the squad. Edwin Diaz, if he returns to form, he's going to get a ton of strikeouts. Shane Bieber should be close. Tanner Scott, if he repeats the season from last season, should be a good source of strikeouts. Rodriguez should be close. Imanaga, I don't know much about him. We'll have to see how that kind of pans out here. But then, of course, you got Scherzer, Kershaw, DeGrom that should all be up there for whatever innings I can get out of them. They should do really well with strikeouts or 2. And Alek Manoah, who knows what form of him we're going to get this season. He was my last pick, so I'm not too concerned with that. ERA, again, try to keep it under 3.5. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 potential pitchers that's going to be under 3.5 here. WHIP, trying to keep it under 1.2, I should say. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 again. I'm going to do well on the pitching side. Our pitching is pretty strong here. So I'm looking forward to wipe the floor in that category. And I think I've done enough in hitting to be able to make a splash there as well. So overall, got a pretty good well-rounded team. We'll see how it pans out here. I'm going to shut down this one, and we are going to get ready in a couple of minutes for draft number 2. I will see you guys here in a couple of seconds. Just going to actually grab something to drink. My throat's going to get a little sore over the next 4.5 hours, and I'm going to live more. But yeah, I'm going to shut this one here down, and then we're going to get started on the next one here in mere seconds. See you guys in a minute. All right. Pick myself up a little Christmas snack here. We're gonna dive into some tofife for this next one. I gotta figure out how we can open this thing. Actually, you know what? While I do that, let's dive into next draft here. Oh, picking 5th. That's good. Don't mind that spot here. Better than the 10th on the last one. Now this setup's gonna be a little different. My my goals on this draft a little different than the last one here. Boy, you know what? I'm the type of paper that rips open, doesn't rip open gifts. It gently opens up gifts so that way I don't the wrapping paper. I don't think I'm gonna do that with that box. She gone. All right, so this next. All right, so this next one, of course, the first 4 players are really the ones that I want to be gunning for. Cunha, Bobby Witt, Julio Rodriguez, Corbin Carroll are going to be at or near the top of the list when it comes to that's great for YouTube. When it comes to power speed combos, those are the top 4 that you want to get your hands on. But sometimes, like we saw in the last draft, one of the first 4 teams picks something completely outrageous and leaves an opening to pick up one of those guys. So I'm hoping that happens in this one here. What we're going to do here before the draft starts, of course, is we are going to go through and I'm going to queue up some of the players. The Q list is going to be very similar to what we saw there before. Yainer Diaz, again, big one for me. If I can get him relatively late in drafts, so around that round 12, 13, 14 mark, that makes me really happy. He's a great catcher. He should be able to greatly outperform his ADP, at least in relation to the other catchers in the league. We've got Jonah Heim's a good one. Logan O'Hoppy's a good one. MJ Melendez, we talked about being a good one. Mitch Garver's actually another one. He's going to get some at bats in Seattle as a DH, so he might not be a bad one to consider as well. I don't know if I would make him my number one catcher, but he's somebody I would certainly keep an eye on. I used to be a huge fan of Tyler Stevenson. He's kind of phased out in that Cincinnati lineup there. He's going to be batting near the end now that they got all their young guys up. To first baseman we go. Tristan Casas is one I'm looking at. Spencer Torkelson, I'm sure he's going to improve on that low 200s average. Yandy Diaz I got in the last draft. I was pretty happy about that. Christian Encarnacion Strand is somebody I'm looking at as well. Huge power coming from him. Hopefully I can land him in one of my drafts tonight. Second baseman we go. Zach Geloff I got in the last one. He's one I'm certainly looking for. Bryson Stott's one that I like. Edward Julien is one that I like as well. He's a low-end power speed threat. Should be hitting near the top of the Minnesota lineup. And there's actually a pick that I completely forgot about. Jorge Polanco. He's hitting now in Seattle, so that's going to suppress his numbers somewhat, but he has the potential to be a difference maker in that lineup here, and hitting and being able to play both second and third definitely comes in handy as well. So he's somebody else that I would take a look at there. Justin Turner's another one, just got signed by the Jays, multi-position eligibility and hitting a formidable Jays lineup hopefully this year. That should bode well for Turner's stats. He is, of course, pretty old, but not going to be playing a whole lot of defense. So we'll take his counting stats at the plate for sure. All right. So moving on to third baseman, we've got Royce Lewis, which he's gonna go a little earlier in drafts, of course. If he stays healthy, I think he's gonna be one of the top 5 third basemen this. Alec Boehm, I like. Isaac Paredes, again, can do multiple positions here. He's gonna be hitting in a good spot in that Tampa Bay lineup as well. Who else do I see here that I want to hit? I think that was it. Let's go to shortstops. Shortstop's a little trickier to be able to get one later in the draft, so I might actually try to in on one earlier in the draft. We didn't get our first shortstop until Ezekiel Tovar, who's still a good one to pick up here. Jackson Holiday is one that I'm looking to get on almost all my teams. I'll take the risk with a Jackson Holiday if I can draft him late, that he ends up getting a spot in that Baltimore lineup. Jordan Lawler is another one there that I think will make an impact here this year in Arizona. Zach Neto, not a bad one to consider, but he's not going to be hitting near the top of the LA lineup here, so I don't think I'm going to worry myself too much about him. There's Wander Franco. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. Outfielders. We've got a few in this list here, past 100, that I like to take a look at. Evan Carter is one of them. Jordan Walker, I like. Jackson Churio, I got him in my last draft here. I'm going to try and get as many shares of him as possible. It's not a bad idea to go prospect hunting in the later stages of drafts. Jackson Churio goes a little bit earlier maybe than I would like, but he's certainly worth a look when you get to kind of that 150, 160 pick range in your draft. Christopher Morel is not a bad one to consider. Wyatt Langford was another one that that if he gets a spot in Texas, he could be in for a nice season there too. So there's a few names for outfielders. Let's go to starters. Dylan Cease will likely have a much better season this year than he did last year. The thing that concerns me about Cease is his, and I mean, it happens to pretty much every pitcher that's been in the league for a few years. Their velocity and their pitches start to go down, so they need to rely more on craftiness and deception and pitch selection, all that kind of stuff. Can Cease turn into a quality pitcher along those lines? It's we've yet to see, but he had an absolutely awful season last season, and I don't really see that repeating to that degree this season. He's going to strike out a lot of guys. He just needs to keep those walks down, and he's going to be a top 30 starting pitcher here this year for sure. Cole Reagans is another one that I like. Tanner Bybee, Shane Bieber, Hunter Green. I like. He's very hot and cold. Merrill Kelly, I think will do well. Hunter Brown, again, I think he's going to do much better than his ERA and WHIP from last year. So not a bad one to target. Shane Baz, I think he's coming in late in the league in the year here as well. He would be one to keep an eye on. Michael King, I like. Carlos Rodon, I think is going to have another bounce back season similar to Dylan Cease. Garrett Barrios, Ivaldi. I always have a problem saying that name. Nick Pivetta. I actually wouldn't mind getting shares of Nick Pivetta. Seems to go a little bit earlier than I like. And then, of course, I've got some injured pitchers here. We picked up 3 of them in the draft that we just did. Oh, yeah, there's Shota Imanaga. He's one that I'm going to be looking at there as well. Max Scherzer. We've got Clayton Kershaw. Where is he? Jacob deGrom. So those 3. What's with Alcantara? Yeah. He had his Tommy John late in the season last season. So he's likely not going to be back here this year. But yeah, that gives me a really good list of actually a lot of starters to go on the queue here. That's always nice. And then going to the relievers, some nice picks after 100. Ryan Helsley, he's going to do really well here. He's a good one to target. Pete Fairbanks is actually my favorite. I haven't gotten him yet in any of my drafts. Actually, that's not true. I think I might have got him in my ESPN drafts. Tanner Scott's a good one to look at. Kimbrel, Alzolay, Finnegan. If you need to kind of grab a reliever late, that's not a bad one to consider. There's guys like Robert Stevenson. I can't remember his name. Oh yeah, Orion Kirkring. Guys like this here are not bad ones to consider stashing. They're going to be good for they should be good for your peripherals. They're not going to likely pick up saves necessarily in bunches out of the gates, but sometimes you don't necessarily need that to be able to get the most out of that position. If you got a few guys that can lock that down, picking up a guy like a Stevenson or a Kirkering might be able to rogue some victories there for you and just give you really good stats all around. So not a bad guy to pick up or to consider picking up there as well. That's going to, I think, round off the list here for the relievers. So we're going to switch back into the presenter mode. There we go. I'm going to jump in. The draft here. There we are. All right, so I'm queued up. We've got another 4 minutes to go here. I'm gonna eat I'm gonna dig into one of these little tofu phase here. Don't mind me. I don't know if I'm allowed to actually do this during a live stream here for copyright laws or whatever. I don't really know. If somebody is concerned enough to be able to report me for that, okay. Good. My fiance's favorite candy. And we got a lot of it at Christmas time. Let's go one more. All right. One thing to note as I'm scrolling through the names of some of these teams, you're kind of a giveaway for who you might be targeting. Like the number one, the first pick is a belly bomber, so I mean, likely going to be going after Cody. And may reach for him, which is fine. Down a few more picks. There's those young Jays. I'm guessing that's Slay. So he's likely going to be going after Blue Jays. Again, fine. But it might lead to me making a pick, a strategized pick, knowing that you're going to be picking up a Blue Jay later. For example, I may target a shortstop early. Like if Bobby Witt falls to me at pick 5, I probably won't hesitate regardless, but I'd be more open to picking him up, knowing that if I wait, I may lose a chance on getting like a Bo Bichette in like round 3 or round 4. Then I'm going to run into the situation that I did in the last draft, where I didn't get a chance to pick up a shortstop until Ezekiel Tovar fell in my lap. So, you know, I mean, it may end up being nothing, but those conversations run through my head at least whenever I take a look at some of the team names. Got a minute to go here before we get started on draft number 2. Thank you guys here again for joining us. Beat the Odds, back again for another fantasy baseball season. If you like this type of content, be sure to like the video, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. Follow me all season long. We're going to be doing baseball content from now until the end of September. So you're going to want to make sure to get in on that. If you want to help out the channel, I do have subscriptions that you can take a look at. You can also, I believe you can leave stickers and comments and stuff. You know, every little bit helps, but honestly, you know, if you guys are a fan of what I do here, a like and a subscribe goes a long way. Here we go. We are ready to get started here for draft number 2. Pardon the burp. Let's get going. Acuna first off the board, like he should be. Bobby Witt second. Arguably should be. We'll see if I can get one of the... Oh, yeah, I'm going to get one. Either Rodriguez or Carroll is going to join the squad. Going to be Rodriguez. Don't mind that. Good way to start. That actually makes me really happy because I in spot 2, I'd have a hard time choosing between Witt or Rodriguez. I like Rodriguez more than Carroll for sure, but I do have a difficult time choosing between uh, Rodriguez and Witt. So the big thing with rotisserie is you're going to want to you don't want to leave actually sorry, the big thing. I have to switch gears here because I'm still thinking head to head. The big thing with rotisserie leagues for Yahoo is you want to be able to use up all of your Vladdy. Yeah, see, see what I'm saying here. Vlad Guerrero should not be 8th pick in this year's stock here. He should be closer to round 2, round 3. But these young Jays are going to be picking up whatever Toronto Blue Jays he can get. So I'm guessing on the turn he's going to be picking up Bo Bichette. I can almost call it. We'll see. We'll see if I'm right. Back to what I was saying. You want to use every possible gameplay that you can. Now, it's important in for batters that you want to have a solid bench for batters so you can plug guys in. But you don't necessarily have to play your guys every day. I see this every single year. A handful of teams goes ahead and they just they'll play all their guys as many times as they can start the season, and then when it comes time to the end of the season, they're going to run out of games count towards your stats because you only get there's a maximum. You get 162 games for each position, and if you go over, then you don't get the stats for that position anymore. So there are teams that will run out in August, and then September is basically they're just sitting back and hoping that teams don't surpass them. It happens to me pretty much every year that I'll be able, like I don't I pace my team. I'll try to stay around the minimums every year, and if I can do that, then usually in September I'm just playing catch up, and then I can kind of attune my team to target the statistics that I need to catch up on. So yeah, you want to make sure that you use up all of your games that you can play for each of your players, but you don't have to burn them out of the start. Um, you just need to make sure that there we go, Boba Fett, I called it. You just need to make sure that you've been able to kind of use them all up as much as possible. You don't want to leave anything on the table. I'm taking a look at how things are going. There goes Garrett Cole. There's a really good pick sitting out there that I'm gonna snatch up if it comes to me. We'll see. But I didn't think I'd get Julio Rodriguez at pick 5. And I certainly didn't think I'd get a chance at Jose Ramirez at pick 20. We'll see if I can land him. Nope. Darn. Okay. Yordan Alvarez is tempting, but I'd like to have guys that can steal bases too here. So ooh. I think we're gonna go Austin Riley. He's not gonna steal bases. I would have much rather have Jose Ramirez there. But I'm not a huge fan of picking up just a beefy homer guy. There goes Jordan. I was debating going Austin Riley or possibly Corbin Burns. We're gonna have to kind of hope that Burns returns back to me. Turn be close. It would be really close. I don't think I'm gonna get it. I don't think I'm gonna get him. I think one of these next two guys are gonna get him. Matt McLean. Wow. I'm gonna get him. Holy cow. All right. Corbin Burns joining the team. This team is looking real good to start here. I got a top flight outfielder. I got a top flight third baseman. I got a top flight starting pitcher here. Things are lining up quite nicely to start this draft. I think that deserves another Tofife. Yeah, see, the next pick was Zach Wheeler. If I didn't pick up Corbin Burns there, he was definitely going to Andrew's astounding team. Maybe that's what I'll do. I can eat these chocolates all day. I'm bad with candy. I will only eat a chocolate for the rest of the night if I really like the pick that I got. If it's deserving of a Tofife, then we'll celebrate together. If you're out there watching this and you like this content, smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We're doing this all year long. So, Michael Harris. I put him in my fade list this year. He's a great player. He's going to be hitting in the lower third of the Atlanta lineup. Now, the more I think, and I've been pondering this since I put out that list, the more I think about it, I think I might have been a little too harsh on Michael Harris because he's still going to be able to put up some big numbers. He's just on a team stacked with super. So he's not going to get prime. Ooh, Ellie. Mm-mm. He's not going to get a prime spot in that lineup unless an injury happens to one of their first four guys. Then he might slide into that number 2 hole. But otherwise, I don't see him really capitalizing on a lot of runs or run batted in. He's likely going to hit in the 7 hole, I believe. Something like 7 or 8. Bonus. Guys are picking early. Ellie De La Cruz. You like torture. That's your thing. Then have fun with Cruz. De La Cruz. He's another one that was on my fade list. Pretty high up too. Pick number 36, way too early. Way too early on Ellie De La Cruz. If he was closer to like pick 50 or 60, in that range, I might consider him, but he strikes out way too much. All right, we're coming up in a couple of picks here. Let's take a look at what we got. Oh, we're gonna get another. Oh, didn't go with a Toronto player this time. Rushman's off the board. Usually, I'd say it's too early to pick up a catcher, but Adley is. I don't think we've seen the best out of Adley yet. I think there's another gear to his game. He's scary good. You know what we're gonna do? I don't normally do this, but Yoshinobu Yamamoto, pick 4. He went. I don't even know. I don't know why this happens, but in so many leagues that I've drafted, Yoshinobu Yamamoto's gone in the first round, first or second round. He went number 1 in the last draft I was in. Number 1, first pick, not Ronald Acuna, Yoshinobu Yamamoto. So I'm perfectly fine picking him at his ADP. You know, 4th round, second pitcher off the board here for me. I'm perfectly fine with that. Now I got to focus in on getting some hitters. I think I've got my next pick lined up here. We're going to go with a oldie but a goodie. Before I go there, let me just take a quick little peek at the out there. Ooh, Josh Hader. Oh boy. Devin Williams just got picked up. You know what? No, I'm going to leave that for another. Let's go ahead and pick up a guy that I think I would much rather have. Paul Goldschmidt. He's going to be a solid guy to have on a squad. He's going to be playing the majority of the games at first base. Pretty durable. Doesn't miss a whole lot of games. There goes Josh Hader. I just realized I don't know if anybody's actually watching this that knows that I actually have I used to do, and I'll still try to do whenever I can. Um Live team breaks for sports. I've done baseball, I've done football, I've done basketball. Even done a little bit of soccer. I've done hockey. You know, I've tried to I've expand or I've gone to whatever format that I or sport I should say that I could get my hands on. I do have if you're interested, of course, on my eBay page, I do have mystery packs for baseball up there. A really great gift for a aspiring collector. It's all rookies or parallels, or and there's every pack's got like a numbered card or an autograph or a memorabilia card. So you're gonna get something in every pack, and it's all sorted out by teams. So if you got a favorite team out there and you're curious about these packs here, I highly recommend you go check out my my eBay store. I believe I left the description in or I left the information for that in the description box below. I just say that because just a couple seconds ago, one of them sold. Looks like there's a big starting pitcher run, which again is fine for me because I got two potential beasts on my team here. I think it's the first time I've ever had both of them. I have landed Corbin Burns and I have landed Yoshinobu Yamamoto in some. I don't think I've ever had both. All right. Ooh. Unfortunately for me, I got Austin Riley. Otherwise, I'd be picking up Machado in a heartbeat. Hmm. Not a huge fan of this next pick, O'Neal Cruz. Kind of the same reason I don't like Ellie De La Cruz, but I have a feeling that we're going to see a resurgence from O'Neal Cruz this year, and hopefully he's improve on that batting eye. Now, what I need to do, take a look at relievers. My next pick looks like they're going fast. Oh, there goes the one that I was hoping to get. So, for those who haven't watched the draft yet, maybe you didn't catch the first one. My strategy is usually I will, for the first 8 rounds or so in the draft, I'll try to pick the best player that's available. And then after that, for the next 8 rounds, I will try to fill spots that are needed. And then for the final ones here, I will kind of draft for stats. If I'm trying to mine for like stolen bases or something like that. So I had to get in on the reliever parade here. I need to lock down. Ideally, I'd like to lock down 3, possibly 4 relievers in here, so that way I can compete for a high position. Like I'm looking at those young Jays, and they've got 3 quality relievers. Are they going to be hurting uh for hitters? They're just having Vlad and Bo Bichette. Not going to work out well for them. Oh, I like Camilo Doval. So I'm gonna need a Tofife for that. I don't know why people are scared to pick up Manny Machado. He should have gone 3 rounds ago. I may have to do something about that if he comes around and he's still available for me. Hmm. We got 2 more drafts to do after this tonight. We're going to be doing auction drafts. For those who haven't seen an auction draft, hopefully after this tonight. If you haven't seen one of those yet, pretty straightforward. You're given a certain amount of auction dollars to spend, and you're trying to basically buy the best team you can. And there's strategies for that. We'll get into that once we get to those drafts here later on. Those drafts typically aren't as popular as snake drafts because usually with auction drafts they take longer. Oftentimes, if you're in a like a beer league, then you'll see that played out a little bit more. I've got a really good pick coming up here next, and I'll be really happy with either, but I'll be a lot happier if I can get the guy that I want. And I'm going to be able to get him. Josh Lau is going to be joining the team. He's somebody that I'm high on. Hopefully, he'll be able to get uh, a lot of at bats in with lefties. He was starting to get some at bats against left-handed batters. There's Christian Encarnacion Strand again, going early. People are reaching. Fairbanks is another name that I really like. He typically doesn't go top 100, but he's seems to be doing that a little bit more this year. I may have to. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have to jump in relievers and grab a second one. You don't want to be behind the 8 ball with this stuff here. And if I don't grab this guy now, he's certainly going to be off the board here in short order. Ryan Helsley is going to join the squad. Oh, I like the Josh Lau pick. There you go. Well deserved. Yandy Diaz, I like him. Dylan Cease, I like as well. I like him to be much better pitcher this year than he was. I think I kind of I went over that when putting together our queue for this draft. So now that we're through the first third of the draft, we can take a look at filling positions. So as I scroll down to see what I need a catcher, and that's actually one of the guys that's going to be queued up here within the next 3 rounds. I'm hoping to see if I can get Yainer Diaz. I need a second baseman. I need an outfielder. Okay. I got my turn coming up here in 4 picks. Guy's taking time. Probably stuck on who he wants to pick up here. Springer. Might make those young Jays sluggers very mad. All right, we got the next pick after Andrew's astounding team. And I'm looking out here. There's some interesting pitchers. Bobby Miller is still sitting out there. Still sitting out there. Yeah, I think we're gonna get him. Pitching's a little different. You want to make sure you've got really good pitchers um in a rotisserie league because you don't want to get stuck with somebody who's not going to be able to, produce quality uh, percentages. Like somebody's going to have a higher ERA or high WHIP. You want to try to stay away from those type of pitchers, and of course, you'll get those at the end of drafts. So if you get them relatively early, you can solidify your chances of having a really good team ERA, really good team WHIP, which will help you in the standings. I think my next pickup is going to be one that I've been able to get a lot of my leagues. And we're going to go ahead and grab Evan Carter. He fits the mold. He fits the mold for what I'm trying to do with all my teams, making them all around type squads. So some that are good in homers and good in stolen bases. And if I take a look at all three of my outfielders, J Rod, Josh Lowe, and Evan Carter can all hit a homer and can all steal a base. So I think we're going to be okay in that sense there for our outfielders at least. And if for some strange reason Walker Bueller is still out there, if he doesn't get picked up on the next 10 picks or so, then he's going to be joining the squad here as well. And I shall eat a toffee face. Bees. Oh, might have a second base problem here. Don't pick one up here pretty soon. Oh yeah, four second basemen off the last six picks. So I may have to put a hold on that Walker Bueller. I've got a second baseman in mind that I want to get on the team. He's coming up here pretty soon. He may end up getting picked up here. Actually, it's just Jay's Unreal Team second baseman as well. So does Kiwi's. You may not be able to get him, but we're gonna see how this pans out. Zach Geloff is who I'm going for. I've got him in a lot of drafts. He's somebody that he's a dynamic bat. He's not going to score a ton of runs in that Oakland offense. That's fine. Jacob DeGrom around 12. Wow. If I look at the remaining second baseman here, I mean, Edward Julien is still out there, so I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if I can't get Geloff now. But if he's still around here, I think that's who I'm going to pick up. And he's not going to be. Jay's Unreal Team picked him up. All right. So that's a bit of a disappointment, but not the end of the world. We're going to go ahead and grab Bueller after all. He's going to be out for the first little bit of the season here. But when he gets back, he's going to have a nice spot in that rotation, pitching on a squad that's going to get him a lot of wins. So I certainly don't mind having to wait a couple of weeks to get Bueller in pitching rotation. All right. Now I'm going to pick up. This is where I'm going to be picking up my catcher. And if I can get him, definitely going to be taking the Tofife for that. One more pick. Yes, sir. All right. We're going to get Yandy Diaz. Yainer Diaz, sorry. We're getting Yainer Diaz. He's who I really wanted to get. It's a perfect chance to get a catcher in round 13 because you're not risking a whole lot for him. But Yainer Diaz is going to be the everyday catcher in Houston now. Right-handed batter, short box, Crawford boxes, going to pick up a lot of cheap home runs. Hit in the 6th spot in the lineup, so he's going to be catching the big on base guys ahead of them. Should get a lot of RBI opportunities. Great position for catchers. Might even get 500 at bats this year. He's got first base eligibility as well. Not that that's going to really play in a whole lot for my fantasy team, but you never know. I might end up using him there if I carry 2 catchers. We'll see how the season goes. That does deserve a Tofi. I'm going to grab one here. So on the next turn, I'm going to need to take a look at getting another reliever and a second baseman. Relievers are pretty much picked over. Not a whole lot left out there. It's really not a whole lot left out there. I do see a guy that I'm going to up here. There's a couple of guys that are lining up that I'm interested. I might be hurting for relievers on this team. I got two solid ones, but they're all coming off the board now. Oh, there goes my guy, Jackson Churio. Nice pick. Kiwi's Wonders team, nice pick. Didn't expect that because that puts 5 outfielders on the board there for you. But still a very nice pick. Okay. Back to the drawing board. I think what I'm going to do is actually solidify my need at second base, and we're going to go ahead and draft Thairo Estrada. I think that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. Hmm. A little stuck on what I want to do here. But I think I'm going to go ahead and pick up Edward Julien after all. Not super happy about going that route, but now I've got Thairo Estrada that can also play shortstop, so he can fill in if anything happens to O'Neal Cruz, which no, he was a bit of a risky pick there anyway, so don't mind picking up Edward Julien here. So now I'm on this next pick. I should be going for a reliever. The next 2 picks, I should be getting a reliever and a starter. If there's any left, that is. we're getting into now the back third of the draft. So at the end of the draft, it's about filling out stats. I need saves, so I'm going to be targeting another closer. I think I'm doing pretty well with everything else, but I certainly need saves. Maybe strikeouts too, but definitely saves. Now, as kind of mentioned before, on your rotisserie leagues, you have a cap for how many games your position players can play. You also have any cap. You have a cap on how many innings your pitchers can pitch over the course of the season. So it's very important to maximize those innings. That's where guys who strike out more than a batter per inning come in really nice because it can help you out in that category. And of course, getting as many saves as you can also helps you out. So you don't necessarily need to carry a whole lot of bench when it comes to starting pitchers because you're going to have to use um, up those innings anyhow. I can't remember what the ratio was, but I think if I played 6 starters and 3 closers, then that basically chewed up the majority of my inning. It was 6 starters and 4 closers. It's something like that. I got 4 picks before my turn, and I'm a little nervous and I'm not going to be able to get another reliever. Hoping to get Jose Alvarado, but kind of slept on him a little bit. Oh, there goes the guy I was hoping to get. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. I'm a little stuck on how I want to take this thing. Need to hurry up and pick here, though. All right, we're going to go ahead and pick up Nate Eovaldi. May have to incorporate a strategy. I haven't done it in a while, and that's kind of do or try and pick up a closer by committee. So right now, San Diego, their closers, potential closers, haven't not been picked up yet. That being Suarez and Yuki Matsui. So I may try to get both of them, and then just drop the one that's not going to be in that closer's role to start the season. A little early to go after them now, but it's something I'm going to take a look at here, possibly in the next round. I think for now, we're going to grab another starter. So that's going to give me, I think that's my 6 starters here. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Yeah, so I've got 6 starters. I'm now good there. May also try to do a trade for a reliever too. See if I can trade him one of my. He's got a weakness in his hitters, position wise. Maybe I can trade something I've got a good amount of, like maybe even second baseman. I got Edward Julian. But probably be more likely to trade Tyro Estrada. See what I can get in return for him. We are going to need to take a look at getting some more hitters on the team. I for sure need another utility guy here. Really, a guy that will be able to hit well. There's a couple guys that I've got kind of in mind for that. See how things turn out here in the next few picks. We do have another draft potentially lining up here for 9 o'clock. That's going to be the first auction draft that we are going to be doing here. We'll see if it ends up going. Well, these are always a little bit. They could go, they could not go. It depends on get enough people to go in league. I think there's about a minute or a couple minutes to go to register for it. I guess we'll soon see. I kind of wish what they would do is something similar to what ESPN does. And that's just basically open up a draft room, wait for it to fill, and then launch it. Oh, there goes one of the guys I want to get there, Christopher Morel. Launch it after it actually does fill. So you might have to wait, 10, 15 minutes to get in on the draft, but at least you'll be able to get in. All right. Not looking too great for picks here. I'm gonna take a little stroll and see kind of what sitting out there that would be a good good to pick up. Thinking maybe Jason Dominguez is out there. That's interesting. We're gonna go Kerry Carpenter. Oh, I guess I wasn't paying attention here. One of the San Diego relievers got picked up already. Did they both get picked up? Hmm. We may have to revisit that at some point. I'm gonna jump the gun a little bit here on Jackson Holiday. And for those who know, I like picking up the phenoms that stand a chance of making a huge impact this season. Jackson Holiday is one of those guys. Not really much left in the world of relievers or closers out there for me to pick up. Okay. I lined up a couple more closers. Well, I don't even know if they're going to get a whole lot of saves. Justin Lawrence is probably going to be the best bet to get saves out of the group that's left. There goes James Arthur. He's one that I was potentially queuing up on there too. But Will Smith was the other one from Kansas City. Kind of blows my mind that Sean Murphy's still out there. He might actually be somebody that I could target. Murphy's one of those guys, and I check my leagues pretty much every day. Murphy's a guy that's going to be splitting a lot of games in Atlanta, but when he's in, he's pretty lethal. So I think if it falls to me, I'm going to go with a two catcher system in this, and I'll play Murphy whenever I'll start Murphy, and then when he's not starting, I'll sub in Diaz. I'm gonna take a look to see. Oh, these young Jays haven't picked catcher. Oh, there he goes. Uh, Should have picked up on that earlier, but that's okay. That's okay. I still got a plan for that I might pick up at the end of this. All right. We're going to go with the other end of that potential closer by committee in San Diego. It looks like we are going to be getting into the auction draft, which is awesome. I was hoping to get one done here tonight. And it looks like it is a go at 9 o'clock Central Time here. So pretty much as soon as this ends, we're going to jump right into the next one here. We've got 3 more picks to go. Hopefully we can get through them here pretty quick. I think for me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pick up Clayton Kershaw. I did this in the last draft. I'm going to see if I can get him in this one as well and just dash him on the IL. And then, oh, there we go. Okay, so we're going to get Kershaw here. And then I'm going to pick up probably another reliever and another hitter. I think that's what we're going to end up doing to close this one off here. I'm going to take a look at my hitters for now. I don't have a backup third baseman. One thing that I like to do is have a backup for every position for my hitters. It's always a good idea to do that. Just so that way, in case, of course, one of your big hitters goes down, you're not stuck trying to find a replacement on the waiver wire, because oftentimes that could be a very bad situation. So getting somebody that's going to um, that just is already on your squad that can fill in for a position if somebody gets hurt is always the better way to go. So looking at my squad, I've got backup shortstops, got backup second baseman, got a backup outfielder. I need a backup third baseman. I got a backup first baseman technically in Diaz. I think I'm queuing in on possibly Lawrence, and then I think we're gonna go with MJ Melendez. Those will be the last two picks I'm gonna make on this draft. So I hope you guys have been enjoying tonight's um blitz into Yahoo Fantasy Baseball. We're doing 4 tonight. This is number 2. We got number 3 queued up to go right after this one ends. So make sure to stick around for that. We are going to be doing an auction draft. It's awesome that I get a chance to show this to you guys. I find typically auction drafts are very difficult to get into because not a whole lot of people like to do them. I actually kind of like the format. It is longer, so if you're interested in kind of getting in and out of a draft here pretty quick, auction drafts might not be for you. But if you really like the kind of playing the GM game, it can be a lot of fun. So we got that queued up next. That's going to start in about 16 minutes time. I don't think I'm going to be late for it, which is nice. We'll probably be able to log in with roughly 5 minutes to go, I'm guessing, and then we can queue up the guys that we're going to be looking to pick up here for that. Oh, there goes MJ Melendez. He's got a backup catcher now. Well, that kind of throws that plan out the window a little. I might do Wyatt, maybe Wyatt Langford. Let's take a look. I got 4 outfielders already. Yeah, I might be able to do Wyatt Langford. Maybe Langford and Lawrence. I think that's where we're going to go. We're not going to have time to recap this one like we did in the last draft. We're just going to jump right into the next one here. Jordan Lawler got picked. Give another. Oh, that's his first shortstop. Wow. Picks are taking a lot longer now. Come on, guys. We're at the end of the draft. Just pick who you want. What are we waiting for? All right, 2 more picks before it's our turn. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up Lawrence first, even though Wyatt Langford is ranked higher, because I would like to get. I don't feel super comfortable with my closers right now. So picking up guys who could potentially close is probably the best solution for me. We're going to go ahead and do just that. And then if I get lucky on the turn, then we're going to go ahead and grab Wyatt Langford next. Coming up to the end of it now. Keep on forgetting about Jaron Duran. He's likely going to be leading off for the Boston Red Sox. He has the ability to score 85, 90 runs this season. All right, we're picking next here. Then as soon as we make our pick, I'm not going to stick around to watch the end of the draft here. We're just going to jump right into the auction draft and get that set up. I think what I'll do as well. Oh, come on, Sinard 76's weird name. All right, we're going to go ahead and grab Langford, and we're going to jump right out of here. So I'm going to. Oh, I just realized I actually have full screen. I don't know if I don't think I had it on full screen time. Okay, let's get out of here. Refresh that. We're going to get into the live auction draft here. We get on the left here, you're going to see how this all kind of pans out. You're going to have $260 to spend. Gosh, look at the average for Ronald Acuna, $71. We're all gonna take a run likely at Ronald Acuna Jr. I'm not gonna be any different. I'm gonna see if I can get him. But if he gets into the $70 range, I may peel. Because there are guys that I can get that are first round worthy that will come in a lot less than that. So at any rate, you have 23 players to purchase, $260 to spend. The key is don't spend your money right out of the gates. Like, don't try to get like the best 3 players in the league, because then you're going to be stuck with the worst supporting cast of all time. Is everybody's going to be able to get all of the rest of the quality players, and you're going to be stuck with scraps because you won't have any money to spend on. So for me, and I'll make a run at a good player because I like to have, one of the top 5 hitters. Like, I would much rather spend 48, $50 on a Julio Rodriguez than spend $75 on a Ron. I think they're going to both be similarly outside of maybe stolen bases. I think they're going to have similar stats this year. So I don't mind spending a little bit more to get Julio and leaving Ronald Acuna for somebody else if it's going to go that high. But yeah, I try to get a couple of really good guys, and I'm looking for bargains towards the end. I'm looking for, guys that are my sleepers I can get for $3 or $4 or something. If I can get a few of those during the draft here, then that bodes extremely well for my team. So we're going to go ahead, kind of the same thing as what we did there before. We're going to go ahead and just go through the players that I like. So Yainer Diaz, for example, if I get him at $4, fantastic. I would be super happy with Logan O'Hoppe, I had on the list here. MJ Melendez, Mitch Garver. Although Mitch Garver, I'm probably not going to get him in any. Torkelson, Yandy Diaz. I like Christian Encarnacion Strand. I like Isaac Paredes. I like at 1.9. That's a phenomenal pickup. Justin Turner is a good one here too. Hoskins is going to be a good one in Milwaukee. He could have a monster season. Not going to hit for a whole lot of average, but he might lead the team in homers this year. Okay, going over to second baseman. Take a look. Same kind of guys I'm gunning for. Geloff, Scott. Where is he? Edouard Julien at 1.3. Phenomenal pickup. DJ LeMahieu may be starting in New York. He's certainly not the same hitter as he was, but could be worth a look here. Anybody else that I really want to get in on? Nolan Gorman. Not a bad one to consider. He definitely has 30 homer power. Christopher Morel, we kind of talked about before as well. He's a good one there to take a look at there as well. So I'm going to keep those for the second baseman. Third baseman, who can we add to this list here? Alec Bohm. Royce Lewis, I'm going to try to target in this setup. At $14, I think he could be a huge play. There isn't anybody else really on this list that I haven't really talked about. So we're going to go ahead to shortstops. Bo Bichette at 23.5. Not a bad one to consider. Jackson Holiday, again, I mean, I can't get him to start because we don't know if he's actually going to season out of the gate, but he's going to be somebody that I target late in the draft for sure. What else do I want to talk about here? I think that's going to be it for shortstops. Outfielders, Josh Lau, Evan Carter, Jordan Walker, Riley Green. I'm going to look at if I can get him for $6. I can get Jackson Churio for $3. Those are the type of deals that I like. There's Wyatt Langford again. Now, this is a head-to-head league, so again, I'm going to be loading up on pitchers in this league, and I want to make sure that I've got a solid hitting squad. That way I don't have to worry about switching out my batters halfway through the season. Henry Davis is actually an interesting one. He's sliding back to the catcher position for Pittsburgh and may lead that position in stolen bases. So he's one that I might take a look at if the price is right and if I need a catcher. Really, I wouldn't use him as an outfielder. Let's go starting pitchers. There's Yoshinobu Yamamoto, $21. I'd probably pay that. Kodai Senga, I like. Grayson Rodriguez, I like. Yuri Perez, Bobby Miller, Dylan Cease at $13 could be a steal. Walker Buehler, $13 could be a steal. Cole Reagans. Really kind of drops off the map after that. There's Alek Manoah, 2.5. Interesting one. I'd rather get Michael King, Merrill Kelly, Ryan Pepio. There's a bunch of guys I'd rather get. Christian Javier. For sale, even Carlos Rodon. Like, there's a bunch of guys. If Manoah goes, like, if I can get him for $1, maybe, but I'm not spending more than that for him. Bailey Ober, Hunter Brown, Gavin Williams. I mean, these guys, Evaldi, Rodriguez, all these guys I pick over him. Shota Imanaga, Braxton Garrett. Like, these are some really good. I can get some really good pitchers towards the end of the draft, so I'm not necessarily concerned if I don't get one of the top flight ones. I mean, I like to get one, maybe. But if I don't get one, it's not the end of the world. There's Nick Pivetta. I like him. And of course, there's the Kershaw. There's the Scherzer, Shane Baz. I think we're going to leave the rest of them here. Let's go over to relief pitchers. Edwin Diaz at 15. That's going to be somebody I'm going to target for sure. Ryan Helsley, Evan Phillips, Pete Fairbanks at 4. Yeah, absolutely. Tanner Scott at 2. Absolutely. Adbert Alzolay, yeah. Kimbrell's going to be closing out for Baltimore. I think that'll do now. Okay, we got a minute left to go before we start another draft. 3 of 4. This one's probably going to take a little longer than the first two. We are going to be going in and doing an auction draft. So if this is the first time you've seen something like this before, well, hopefully this will be educational there for you. If this is your first time watching me on doing these drafts, I highly encourage you to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, leave comments, let me know what you think. I am going to be doing fantasy baseball coverage all season long, so you're going to want to get in on that. There, I'll be giving you guys my picks for who you should be picking up here every week. I'll have other episodes that we'll do here throughout the week as well. Should be a lot of content, should be a lot of fun. Make sure to follow us and ring that notification bell so that way you will know whenever I drop some content on the channel. 10 seconds to go, and we will get started. I'm going to be nominating fifth. Nomination isn't really a huge deal in this here, just kind of says who you're going to be putting up first for bids. We'll see who It's Me Mario is going to put up here. It should be It's a Me instead of It's Me. But anyways, um, Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher. Good Lord. He's not pitching this year. Wow. Why? Unless he picked the wrong Shohei. Ay, ay, ay. He just wasted a roster spot. There he is. Okay. We're going to start this off by going, yeah, we'll do. Okay. So this is where I peel. You'll see a whole bunch of bids that went up here. You know what? Go 72. All right. One more. And so basically what I did was I bid it up. I'm out at this point here. We'll let them bid it up here. At 77. They can have them. Great player, but that's two superstars that I could have had instead of one Ronald Acuna. Corbin Carroll. I like him, but he's not the guy that I'm hunting for. Wit. So it's my turn to nominate a player. We're actually going to go down the list here, and I'm going to nominate. Let's do Brian Helsley. All right, I'm going in on Julio. See if I can get him. Right at the last second. Seriously? All right, I got him. So Julio Rodriguez joining the squad. I got a top flight, one of the top 4 players in the league. Probably paid a little more than I wanted to, but that's okay. He's secured. And now I can take a bit of a back seat for some of these superstar players to get bid up here. Like O'Neal. There we go. You can see why this could take a little bit longer than some here. We're already 5 minutes in, and we've gotten how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 picks in 5 minutes. It does go faster, of course, once everybody runs out of money. Because then you don't have much of a choice. You just basically pick the guy that you want. What I like to do as well is I'll sometimes toss players up that I don't want, just so that way people bid on those players. Like for example, see if there's who's out here. Like Shohei Ohtani batter. I'll throw him out there. If it comes around and he hasn't been thrown out for bids, I would put him out there for sure. Let people bid after him. I'm not really interested in carrying a util only player, even one as good as Shohei. Scott's picking up all the Braves here. So now the interesting thing with this is there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 auto picking teams. I've never really done a whole lot of auctions with auto pickers. I don't really know how that works or what algorithm they use or whatever you want to call it. So that might prove very interesting as we continue down this road. So now we're done the first round. That took 8 minutes. Hopefully these next rounds will take a lot less. And this is perfect. So I would not pay $45 for Shohei, even though he could be a monster bat in that lineup. He's going to be taking up a util spot. He's certainly not flexible, and who knows if he makes. So somebody wants to pay that for him. Fantastic. $45. I don't need to worry about spending. Somebody spending on me on a player that I want. Spencer Strider, best pitcher in the league. So now this guy has picked up 3 potential first slash early second round players. He's down to $108. Juan Soto. You like him. Pricey. And I've already got top flight outfielder. I don't need to. I bet you he does go for 40 though this year. Certainly in the right ballpark for that. $44 for Jose Ramirez. Might be worth that. Why would you bid? I don't know why there's a bidding war going on Tyler O'Neill. I mean, he's strong. I was tempted to go 40 there. But again, I've got a really good outfielder already. I don't necessarily need to go for another. Hmm. There's somebody that I would offer on. Probably should have bid on that one. Yander Diaz. Yandy Diaz, sorry. I think what I might do is try to save some money for Corbin. That's the pitcher that I'm going to try and get. See if I can get a pretty good deal. Marcus Semien, although I love him, not likely a player I'm going to target either. But $30, give it to them. We got better ways to spend $31. Got some players that are under $100 already. They're not going to be able to spend a whole lot in the rest of their teams. Yeah, $28. There's one team in particular, Ryan's remarkable team, that hasn't bought a player yet. All right, we're going to go Corbin Burns and see what happens. Got him at 31. Awesome. There we go. All right. Success with Corbin Burns. Now I got a top flight starter and a top flight outfielder This is setting up quite nicely. Tempted to go in on Yamamoto at $22. All right. So I'm probably going to lay low a little bit. We'll talk a bit fantasy baseball here while we wait. Um, the way that my jump out of here, just we're going to go into the that's better. Still better for you guys to see. We're going to switch it to full screen here as well. Bit of a battle going on for Corey Seager's services. Certainly to be expected. Okay, so looking at the squad here, I mean, we've got, as I said, we got one of the best hitters, best outfielders, one of the best starting pitchers. So we set ourselves up quite nicely. It's just a matter now of I would like to see if we can get some cheap batters or pitchers that I'd like to have on the squad. Looking at that Yandy Diaz $13 one, for example, I kind of wish that I would have bid on that. But I kind of prefer waiting for those type of players to show up later in the draft when people don't have money to spend. It's a little easier to get them. All right, see what happens with Vlad here. Can't do it. Love to do it. Can't do it. I'm kind of in the headspace where I'm more interested in blowing some of these people's money. $24. Nolan Jones. Love the guy. Great young player. Not worth $20. Not worth $24. I'm gonna try to draft another all-around team. Looking to get guys that can steal bases. Here's an not spending $8. Ezekiel Tovar, if he went towards the end of the draft, I could get him for like $2. Somebody would put a nomination up, and if I had an extra dollar, I'd be able to put it over top, and nobody else would go. But this early, I'm not going to do it. I am sorry. He's a great young shortstop. Not that good. Okay. There is a couple of things, of course. With this, Lane Thomas, $17. Oop. You don't want to get stuck with money either. You want to be able to use all of your money to get the players that you want. So I mean, it's a terrible feeling to have like $40 left over at the end of auction, because that's $40 you could have spent on a better player early on in the auction. So you do have to kind of keep that in mind. If there are players that you're looking to get here, it's always a good idea to try and get them. Don't be scared to place a bid in, thinking that you're going to lose all your money. Like, for example, I'm going to place a bid on Kevin Gosman and see if I can steal him at 20. All right, here's somebody I will go in. Maybe I should have jumped at that, but it wasn't in the. People are bidding on Snell up to 23. I knew this was coming. See, this bid makes no sense for Parker's amazing team. He's already got Lindor. He doesn't need Bichette too. Now he's not going to be able to get pitchers down there. So even though Bo Bichette's my favorite player, Didn't want to go in on him. Okay. I need to start a little something here. See if anybody wants to spend on a. It's a ride. You guys can have him. 11. Ooh. 12. Why are you bidding him up? He'll hit 354, but he's not going to have anything else around it. Not going to get you homers. Not going to get you stolen bases. I love it when I go against a team as Luis Rise because his counting stats are going to be terrible. He's going to win an average, but he's going to lose in everything else. Goldie. All right, here we go. All right. Yeah, that's. Hmm. I'm going to have to start picking up guys here pretty. I'm just waiting for a bargain. I know who I'm nominating. Probably going to go crazy. Going to see how much people want to pay for Ellie to the crew. Okay, so I might actually go in on Merrill Kelly. All right. Not going on in on Merrill Kelly. Oh. Let's see what happens with Ellie. Shocked. Shocked it just went for $21. Hmm. Still got a long ways to go. 40 minutes in, and we are only picked two guys. These drafts do take a long time. I have to check to see. I do have another one of these lined up for 11 o'clock, but I have a feeling it's not going to go. I'm just going to take a quick peek just to see. Yeah, there's only 3 people so far that have signed up for it. So it's probably not going to go tonight. If it doesn't go, I think that's going to be the end of the stream. We'll just see this one to its completion. All right. My turn to nominate. Let's get Pablo Lopez up there. See if people are spent out. Apparently not. Oh, excuse me. Didn't stop that one. All right. Really got to get some guys here. The list's starting to dwindle a little bit. I pretty much passed up on all like third rounders and potentially fourth rounders there too. I'm gonna have to bid on some of these. I'm gonna go after Tariq Scuba. Oh come on. All right, we got Scuball. $1 extra more than I wanted to spend, but I think he's worth it. I'd rather Scuball than Nola. We'll see what Nola. Nola's going for 22. I'm fine passing on Tyler Glasnow because I don't think he's got a full season in him. He hasn't pitched more than like last year. He pitched 100. Crazy to say. I'm not willing to roll the dice on something. I think what I'm going to end up doing here, because I need to pick up some cheaper guys, I may look at doing some of my deep sleeper. Well, I shouldn't say Jackson Churio. Maybe put him up there and see if I can get him relatively cheap, just so at least I know I can get him and I'm not breaking the bank. Yeah, so as it stands, I got the second most dollar amount and the tied for the fewest um, players on my team. So we need to bring we need to get some more guys. I should now at this point here I should have a little bit more um, flexibility to pick up some guys that I want. Kyle Schwarber is not one of them. But there hasn't been a huge run on relievers. So I should be able to get a reliever at a pretty solid price, like a top flight reliever. So I'm going to be looking at that. I'm thinking one of either Josh Hader or possibly even um, Diaz, Edwin Diaz. Might actually be able to get Edwin for pretty cheap. I do like Machado, but I'm not spending that on him. All right. I might put in a bid for Kodai Senga. All right, there we go. pitcher that I don't mind having on the team. I got him for a solid price. My pitching's coming up really well here, but I do need batters. I need batters bad. Okay. Let's see if I can get myself Royce Lewis. More than I was hoping, but take it. Royce Lewis on the squad. 24. You can have him. I guess that might be the way that you trick auto picks is you just pick somebody that you know they're not going to want, and then some up. Hmm. All right. Chris Bassett. Not for $10. Got like 40 different pitches that he pitches. Not spending that kind of money. I've got other plans. That's his first starting pitcher. At least he's on the board. I could go here. Ooh, not with 20. $11 for Kenley Jansen. I far better with let him have that. Here's somebody I'm going to go. A little more that I wanted to spend, but he's another one of those Homer stolen base guys having my team. Ah, all right. It's one more reliever down. Still waiting for Edwin Diaz. There's a few relievers that I want to get in on. Edwin Diaz being one of them. Okay, passing on Nico Horner there as well. Great stolen base count, but 0 power. All right. Who do I not want? Let's go, JT. How much somebody's willing to spend on a catcher here. 17. Perfect. Have him. Dave P. I set myself up quite nicely here for the second half of this draft. I can't even say it's the second half of the draft. We're probably just a third in. I don't need another top flight starter. I've got 3. Well, even though this is a bargain, I'm not going to go. Here's the guy that I want. Had to get me for the extra dollar, but I'm not passing up Edwin Diaz. Rather get him. Let's see, Devin Williams at 25, Emmanuel Classe at 19, Josh Hader at 25, Edwin Diaz at $17. I think he was somebody I was targeting, and I got him. Very happy with that. Like that, Isaac Paredes. But I also like a discount. That's not a discount. See what's interesting with here we go. Here's somebody that I would want to can't do it. All right, here we go. Joan Duran. I'll go in 17. Like him. That's what I paid for Edwin Diaz. Not paying that for Joan Durant. All right. That's what I. There's no way Ryan Presley should be going for $14, but we just wasted $14 of prime time's money. Oh, there are ways. There are ways that you can work this. And that puts me in a little bit of a better position here as well. Against prime time, we're kind of neck and neck. He's got one more player drafted than I do. See, that's the thing with these auction drafts. If you can play your cards right, you can get a lot of players kind of ranked around that 100 mark. And if you're loading them all up on your team, that really does that can do wonders for a fantasy baseball. It makes it very very versatile. You can get lots of different stats. It's a great way to be able to um really outperform what you would initially think going into the draft. Jordan Romano going for more than Edwin. Like Romano, he's a Blue Jay, but pretty sure if Diaz is going to be healthy this season, outpace Romano. Okay, catcher I wouldn't mind getting on squad. Prime times put in a bid for 15. I think I'm let it pass because again I know who I'm willing to wait. Get him. Painter. Oop. You can get him for $1. I think you're gonna get a bid on that one. Nope. Great prospect, but I don't know if I think he's injured. Yeah, I'm good with Eric's legendary half of his remaining money on Kyle Bradish with $14 left to pick 10 guys. So it's right around here, right around that 100 mark. Ooh, the bet 13. Yep. Crazy. I still have 16 players to select. William Contreras, $40. Got two catchers. Team. Okay. That's all right. I'm really liking Edwin Diaz with $17 here. I think that was possibly between that and the Royce Lewis for 14. Kodai Senga at 17 as well. I've had a lot of pretty good bids. Josh Lau at 20 might have been a little bit more than I wanted to pay. But the others were right around kind of what I was hoping for, or maybe even a little less. Pretty happy so far. Torkelson, Evan. Ah, I like him. But that might mean I get Casas for cheap. Might be forced to. Ah, no. Ah, I just gave away Casas. So, is there any more first baseman than I? There's a couple. All right. Don't panic. Did want Casas. Sitting back and relaxing, watching people overbid. Jesus Luzardo. Hello, $14 actually. That might not be. He'll get you a fair amount of strikeouts. I go after Young. Didn't have Lewis. That's actually kind of a nice. That's a nice amount there. I would have paid that, but I got Lewis, and I'm happy with. All right. Hmm. Pay for a career year. He's replicated last year's. Faded down the. But might start off well. He'd be a good sell high. $11 isn't too. Oh. See if I can squeeze a Gleyber approved lineup. Should be hitting in a good spot in that order. I'll take it. Interesting to see how much Arenado might have to step in. All right. Here's another one I certainly don't want on my team. See if we can get somebody up a little. Kind of in the driver's seat now for hitters or for being able to picks or do picks here. I've got the most money, so I can start selecting people from what's left over to be able to place on the squad. And there's still a fair amount of solid players. You need a shortstop, need a first baseman, a catcher, and an extra outfielder. I would go on Joe Musgrove. Ooh, sure. We'll let him have it at 12. All right, add one Tanner Bybee for $7. Gets me 4 starting pitchers. Oh, almost got it. Paul Reagan's at 3 for 1. All right, at this point here, there's not a lot of money left to be spent, so I can go a little crazier here. There's guys that I really want. I'm going to spend on this. All right. Spent a little to get them, but I got money to spare, so I don't mind. We got Pete Fairbanks, It gives me that second closer. Andres Jimenez. Not the second baseman that I want, so I'm gonna let him pass there too. Zach Geloff falls like goes for cheap, then I might go in. Not going after Charlie Morton. Oh, just as an update, I am going to be able to do another draft, but this looks like I'm going to have to kind of jump in on that one there a little early. And then just once this one is done, we can jump into that next one there. The other draft is going to be the same kind of draft as what this one is here. It's going to be an auction draft. The difference is it is going to be a rotisserie league. So I am going to get to do all 4 drafts here for you tonight, which is great. Oh, why couldn't I place a bid on him? All right. Got the catcher I wanted. That's a win. All right, we're adding Volpe. Not exactly my shortstop of choice, but another guy that can rack up some homers and some stolen bases, so I will take it. I have a feeling that we're going to be ending up pocketing some of this. We're going to end up with some money left over after this auction, more than likely. But that's okay. As long as I get the guys that I want. Hmm. I'm tempted to run at this. All right, I'm picking up a bunch of guys here that are really going to help the squad. A player here. And I'm going to try and get hands on Zach Geloff here as well. Figured what's going to happen is I was going to be in a fight with none other than It's Me Mario. And I got him. Now, this is going very well for me now. I've gotten the majority of the guys that I hope to get. May try to land one more One more batter, and that's going to be Jackson Churio. I'm going to switch over to the new draft once I've filled the team. Got another guy, Shane Bieber. Three more to go. good one to take a look at. Justin Turner. I think I'm going to pass. Anthony Rizzo up for bids. The next draft actually starts in 3 minutes. I'll be doing that kind of in the background of this one. And then we'll switch over once I've finished drafting my. Here's the guy that I want. Get him for $1. Can't complain there. Perfect. Got my closer situation taken care of. Might just pick up another starter, and then that should be that for me. What? And that's it. I'm done. I have finished. Finished the draft here, so I'm going to exit out of here. Just in a bid for Ronald Acuna in the other one here, so I'm going to exit out of here quick. See if we can get you. Oh, got him. And there you have it. Cost me $73. A little less than the one in the other draft went for, so I'm happy about that. Hey, thanks, the Mick. I am actually using a. I didn't even realize it's been. I had jumped up using a Yeti. The better. So now we're jumping into our last draft of the night. Hopefully, we'll be able to kind of get through this here quickly. Of course, I'm probably up for another couple hours, judging by how the last one went. But I'm going to be using the same type of strategy as the last draft. I'm going to try to get in on one of the top 5 players, which I've done. I've locked down Ronald Acuna Jr., which is fantastic. And now I'm going to kind of lay back a little, maybe try to get in on a quality starter. Like maybe like I'm a huge fan of Corbin Burns. Hopefully I can get him in this one. And then as you saw in the last draft, kind of halfway through the draft, you know, a lot of people are low on money, and that gives you a really good opportunity to start cherry picking some of these um, you know, players that are you can consider um, sleepers. So I'm going to try and do something similar to that again in this one. We'll see if I can pull it off. Gotta give Rock Lobster a shout out there, getting Bobby Witt and Julio Rodriguez. That is not easy to do. Usually you'll get one, but you won't get both. So thank you again for joining us here. This is Dave, Beat the Odds. We've been doing drafts all night. Started at 6. We're 5 hours into this live stream. We're going strong. Wanted to give you guys here a quick rundown for all of the different types of Yahoo drafts. If you haven't done these yet, we've done our first draft of the night was a probably pay attention to who's up there. Freddie Freeman. Okay, the first draft of the night was a head-to-head snake draft, and then we did a rotisserie snake draft after that, and then followed up with a head-to-head auction, which we just did. And actually, I think we ended up doing quite well. I ended up doing quite well in that draft. And now we're doing the. Oh, I gotta nominate a player here. Hang tight, guys. Let's get some. Oh, you know what? I know my one. Where's Ellie? There. We'll see if somebody's gonna. Hoping for $30. If somebody wants to pay $30 for him, that's fantastic. At any rate, so he's not really going for nearly as much as I thought he would. He didn't go for much in the last one there either, so. Oh, there we go. For bid. 21. Okay. Keep going. Higher, higher, higher. So yeah, the last draft went really well, and then now we're jumping back into our next one. And to get Acuna cost a pretty penny, $73. That's a lot, but I'll take it. If Ellie De La Cruz is a real deal, I'm gonna have a problem with Rock Lobster. All right, so here we're gonna take a look at 36. Yeah, that's pricing me out. I like the $31 that I spent on Corbin Burns in the last one. Hopefully I'll be able to get him around the same price for this one. He's your prototypical gonna pick up as many of the good guys as possible. We didn't get a chance to queue up these guys here, but if you're curious about that, just I'll separate these drafts into like chapters there for you. They're gonna be long, of course, like hour and a half, 2 hours. But if you go to the start of it there, you'll be able to see who I queued up for sleeper picks after or players after pick 100. So definitely check that out. If you're curious as to who I'm going for, I've kind of covered it all there. Covered it 3 times. All the 3 drafts before this one. Didn't have a chance to go into it for this one though, unfortunately. All right, here we go. See if I can run away with. We're gonna go 1 over. Not getting him to away. Spent a little more than I want to on Corbin Burns. So basically, I'm gonna have to kind of hide for a little while here. A little overspent. Let these guys pick off some of the big ticket players here. We'll reconvene when the prices are closer to $15, $20. I don't feel quite so bad. If Garrett Cole's going for 36, I still got the cheapest of the three. So now again, what I like to do is I want to go after as many players as I can that offer a well-rounded line. So I like to go after hitters that can steal bases and hit homers. The more of those I can get on my team, the better the outlook is for the team. So there's a bunch of players as you head down later on in the draft. I'm actually going to start queuing some of these up here on my end. There's a bunch of players that you can get pretty cheap. Towards the later stages of the draft, that is going to help me out with that. I'm just going to finish up my queue list here, then I'll kind of tell you guys. I'll just go over them here for you. Rock Lobster spending money like it's going out of style. Kind of reached a little bit there for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. So the biggest difference with going into um, a head-to-head league and going into a rotisserie league, and I explained this in the head-to-head. Well, actually, I've explained it pretty much throughout the night. There, the biggest thing that I'm going to be trying to focus on now is coming up with a really solid pitching, um, because it's key to get good pitchers in because you have a pitching limit. You want to make sure that the pitchers that you're using are going to positively contribute to that limit that you have. So ideally, I'd like to get a good amount. I'm going to try to get 4 relievers, 4 closers on the team. And I'm going to try to get, you know, solid pitching on the team there as well. So Corbin Burns, it's the reason why I wanted to go after him is that's a really good pitcher to be able to kind of anchor your staff. and then it's just a matter of kind of working around that and picking up guys later on in the draft, hopefully for cheap, that I can build the rotation, the starting rotation out with. I really want Boba Fett on this team. Not at 23. I might try to go for Yamamoto. He only went for $21 in the last one. I think that's really cheap. So I may try to see if I can sneak him in. I like Gunnar Henderson 5. So here's where I kind of look at where pitchers are going at. It's gonna be in this range where you're gonna see um Yamamoto. Did it? Oh yeah, did he? There he is. So I'd choose him over an Aaron Nola. I think he's gonna be better than George Kirby. Could be that Kevin Gossman, Luis Castillo range at 24. But if I can get him at like 20, that's a steal. Me. And that's gonna shore up another really, really good starting pitcher. The thing that's kind of a little unfortunate about this is that there's only 4 active managers in this auction, and everybody else is auto picking. So as I showed you a couple of times in the last draft, you can fool the system, you can fool the auto pickers to pick up guys that are obviously overpriced. No, I just let Tariq Skubal go. I'm not paying attention here. I would have put a bid in there for that for 9. Sure. The nice thing is that at least this one here is going to go fast. All right. Well, we're going to go in a little more again because it's the theme that I pick up. But we're going to land Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the squad, $22. That puts me under the century mark. And I'm going to have to take a bit of a back seat here for a little bit. But so far, so good. I got 2 potential beasts as hitters and 2 potential beasts as pitchers. So the team's kind of working out quite nicely here so far. Now I just got to play the waiting game. Might take a look at Freddie Peralta. No, nope, not going to take a look at Freddie Peralta here. Happy with my Moto at 22. Yeah, this draft is certainly going faster than the last one. Got to make a nomination here. Let's pick up somebody that or nominate somebody that I'm not interested in getting, and let the auto picks here bid it up. There we go, $19. Thanks now. Great pitcher last year. Don't think he's going to be repeating that this year. Now, I guess the most important thing to recognize is I've got the most amount of money amongst the 4 active auctioneers. So once all the big names come off the board and everybody bids them up, then that should lead to me being able to kind of pick and choose who I want to be able to put on my team, and hopefully I'll be able to outbid the other 3 active managers. Something to keep in mind. It's not exactly strategy that I necessarily promote, because hopefully when you go into an auction, you actually have um more active managers participating in it. But in this case here, it's about trying to figure out a way to draft the best team possible, and you'll have a little bit of a leg up kind of halfway through the draft. You'll see what I mean. If you watched the last one there, you'll know exactly what I mean. I made a run of 6 or 7 picks within, 15 or 20, that I was able to basically just pick off all the guys that I wanted to, and I spent all my money, and I ended up getting a really, really well-rounded team. I plan on doing exactly the same thing here. We'll let the auto pickers choose all the guys right now and overpay for them, and then when it comes time to actually get the real values, we'll be in a good position. Josh Lowe is somebody that I like, but I don't want to spend on him in that position. A Rock Lobster going in on $24 for Josh Hader leaves $42 to go with 16 players to draft. So he's got an average of $2 per player. That's going to give him huge disadvantage comes later on in the draft. So if you're ever doing an auction, don't just blow your money at the start. Pick the guys, be selective, pick the guys that you want. Like I wanted Acuna and I was willing to pay. But I don't want Acuna and Bobby Witt and Julio Rodriguez and Aaron Judge and Jordan Alvarez. Like you can't do that. Like if you're going to spend out all of your dollars, then you're going to end up with a very top heavy team, and it's not going to be balanced at all. You'll end up having to draft players or bring players in off the waiver wires that are just mediocre. I like Kodai Senga, but because I went in a little heavy on Vladimir Guerrero Jr., I have to still continue to take a bit of a step back. I've got 2 really good pitchers though, so I'm not really all that upset by that. Top-notch team. They've got almost a full squad. They've got 5 starting pitchers. Wow. They're probably going to lead the team lead the league in pitching category. So they're going to have a hard time getting hitter stats if they don't start nominate or start uh, buying some. Grayson Rodriguez, love to have him, but again, he's going to go for probably yeah, there we go, 18. Kyle Schwarber, $20. Sure, you can have him. I don't want him. He's going to be great for homers. He's going to tank my team average. Yeah, wouldn't mind O'Neal Cruz, even though he's a bit of an average drain there as well. But I'm not spending 21 on him. And somebody can have JT Realmuto. One thing I noticed that auto pick teams for auctions, they don't bid against each other. It's only bids against a live auctioneer, which I guess is fine. All right, this one's going a little earlier than I would have liked. But I do want to make sure I've got a top end reliever. Edwin Diaz is my man. Guy. Hmm. Hmm. As I wait here, I'm just taking a look to see who's coming up that would be worth putting a bid in for. I'd like to get some guys in the $10 range. I still have 18 picks to go, so I do have to be careful. But I am going to need to pick up some cheapies here. Nothing's going for cheap right now. Let's see if I can steal. Oh, no, not going to happen. That's okay. Spencer Torkelson at $13. A little too rich. I also have Vlad, so I don't really need another first baseman. But if I didn't have Vlad, probably would have bid on that one. Another pitcher, Raisel Iglesias. He's on the downswing of his career. Sure, he pitches for the Braves, but the Braves going to blow out more teams than John. They're not going to find themselves in a ton of save situations. So much rather Edwin Diaz at that. Now things are starting to thin out a little bit there too. You got James with 110. M's legit at 81, which is right around where I'm at. Charles is at 150. More balls at 119. I'm at 82. Vinny's at 85. So there's a few. There's teams that are kind of stacked right around where I'm at. Although I need to pick up some guys. I'm a little top heavy with Acuna leading the charge here. Coming to on to almost midnight Central Time. That will mark the 6 hour mark of this stream. I can't remember the last time I was on a stream this long. Probably one for breaking cards. It's certainly been a while. Most certainly has been a while. That's 6 starters for the top notch. No, I do want to go for Roy. Gotta do her. Believe in the man. No more than I'd like to spend, but see what I'm guessing as well with these auto pick teams is they're not just going to bid $1 more. They're going to bid something between the projected and the average price to get a player that it deems it wants. Like, oh, this should be interesting. There we go, 14. Exactly what I thought. So James is going to pick up a player that's certainly not worth $14, given no longer is the closer on the Houston Astros. That's what happens when you don't show up for a draft. Happened in the last ones. Happened in this one. Says I'd be going after him if I didn't have Guerrero. Not paying 13 for. Oh, Moorball jumped in here quickly and then jumped right back out. Someone's going to be 50. 16. Happy with my Edwin Diaz at 7. Not going to spend it on. Good pitcher. Ratios. Better ways to spend my money. That was like a delayed reaction by auto pickers. I don't know if I really want to go in and we're just going to pull an error on it. Walker Bueller for 13. Not bad. Might have made a run for that if it was earlier on. Way too much. He's auto picker. So the only thing that concerns me a little bit is this M's legit team. Got $5 more than me, same amount of players. So competition with him for dollars. So just as a reminder for the team, I plan on having more bench bats than I do bench arms. There's a innings caps for arms, so it makes no sense to carry a bunch of bench arms. But you do want to make sure you maximize all of your bats. There's very few people that will play 162, so having bench bats and being able to cover all your positions is going to make sure that you use all of the games that you've got available there to you throughout the course of the season. Pro tip. M's legit team is playing this really well. He's basically going in as a $2 bid on everything. Eventually, it's gonna stick. The dollar amounts for everybody who's auto picking is quickly going down. Charles Optimum is the top. He's just put a $12 bid in for Evan Carter. Tempted on that. Here we go. Going after Joe Musgrove. That puts me in the driver's seat. Almost pull the trigger on the brothers on the. Well, there goes one of the guys that I wanted. That's okay because I've got a first baseman and a third baseman. Huge deal. Was one of the guys I certainly do not want. Here's one of the guys I do want. Not a 13. Still trying to play the patient game. I'm almost there. We got Charles Optimum team. Needs to work down his total here, and then I should have pretty solid control. Few picks, and that's what I'm going to make. It's starting to dwindle down now. Players that I'm going to. Probably should have picked him. All right, got one. Still hold my advantage. Christian Encarnacion Strand. Very intrigued by his prospects here. I do again have a first baseman in Vlad, but he's not a good. He's gonna be a guy that's gonna sit in my util for sure. He'll get playing time. Here we go. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to have happen. Now let's go ahead and pick up my second baseman. Not getting this, Charles. Still holding an advantage. Now I'm one up on M's legit team. I'm in a good position now to be able to make a run for the players that I want. So it's this point in the draft where we're going to make up some ground for sure. Full pay. I'll place an offer for him. Okay. I do need to be careful because I'm now below $3 average offer. I'm going to need to get lucky on some of my next picks here. Hmm. That was a good pickup by M's legit team Tyler Estrada for $4. That puts him with the same amount of players as I've got drafted in one less dollar. So he and I are basically neck and neck one more time. Now he's going for Salvador Perez, which is great for me because that means he's not going to go for the. Oh, that's not good for me. Rock Lobster comes in and steals Perez, which means M's legit team still needs to fill a catcher spot here. try to strategize a little here. Gonna give it to me. Perfect. So I've got Jackson Churio, somebody who I've been targeting in pretty much any draft that I do towards the end of the draft. Getting him for $3. I'm happy with that. I may try a little something here. Okay, so I did lock down a catcher, but it's still not the catcher that I want. It's still sitting out. A couple of players that I really would like. See if I get lucky. Right now, Fairbanks is on the list. I could use Ozuna, but I'm not too concerned about getting him. Yandy Diaz is the big one. If I can pair Sean Murphy and Yandy Diaz, that puts me in a good spot. Don't mind getting Osuna there. Not for $3. I'll take it. So $3 wins in a row. Keeps me in good position. M's legit team has gone awfully quiet. Very bad sign. Makes me feel like he's targeting the same players I'm targeting. Yep. That's what I expect. Cost me. A little more than I wanted to spend on Pete Fairbanks, but I got my guy. All right, so went ahead and picked up Isaac Paredes for $1. That's going to help out my average offer. I would have. I don't know why it does this, but I'm not paying attention. I lose the ability to bid on players if they're up for $1. It drives me crazy. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Got the guy that I wanted. Yander Diaz, part of the team. That worked out really well. I've got the catcher that I actually really wanted over Sean Murphy. Paid the same amount. Gonna make him pay a little more. All right, you can have him at 6. Hmm. Be interesting to see who M picks. Big Burger. Have him. Nice player and all, but I've got my third base situation taken care of. Perfect. Got a top flight starting pitcher in Christian Javier without breaking the average offer. Here's one that I'm definitely want to go for. A little more than I wanted to spend, but I got him. Now I've got 3 closers. Perfect. Picked up another great player here. Merrill Kelly. I'm down to 3 more picks. $8 to spend. So I'm in a pretty good spot here. I'm going to try to get another reliever and then possibly 2 more hitters. Be a shortstop and an outfielder by the looks of it. Eloy Jimenez would have been nice. Although I could also go Reese Hoskins. Tommy Edmond wouldn't be a bad person to have on a Brown. I'm good with Hunter Brown. Perfect. Got Craig Kimbrell on the team. That's going to solidify the relievers. Now I can concentrate on getting batter. And my team is going to be complete. Okay. Picked up Christopher Morel. Nice little pickup at the very end. It's going to do well with that outfield spot here. Give me an extra player that I can use. And had $2 left over, but I'm okay with that. That worked out to my favor there. Fill out the team with the players that I wanted, and I am going to exit the draft. So that's basically how the auction drafts work. They're a little lengthy, so make sure you take a good amount of time to be able to go through them. I recommend, well, I was late on 2 hours. I recommend maybe 2.5 to 3 hours on a draft like this. And if you're looking at doing a live draft as a snake draft, then usually an hour and a half is enough time to be able to get that done there for you. But I'm going to call it a night. I want to thank you guys for joining us here. If you are watching this back, make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the live stream. We've got stuff coming all season long for fantasy baseball. Stay tuned to the channel. Lots of stuff coming out. But that's going to do it here for this one. Thank you guys again for watching. I'm going to sign off for now, but I will catch you guys on our next episode.